Welcome to Easy Learning Z. The future is bright. In this video, I'm going to look at business studies for 2025 external grade 9s. So watch this video up to the end as I'm going to go through every question in this paper. So if you want to be updated, if you want to prepare for grade 9 exams internal for 2025, please stick with me up to the end of the video so that I explain everything. Every question I'll try to elaborate more. I'll give you reasons why wrong answers are wrong, why correct answers are correct. So watch this video up to the end so that we revise together and prepare for exams together. With that being said, let's go to section A. Okay, here we are in section A. Section A will have 20 marks. Section A will have 20 marks. So we need to follow the instructions, and the instructions are as follows. Answer all the questions in this section. Write the letter of the answer you have chosen in the box provided. So every question will have a box on the right side where you're going to be indicating the letter of your choice. Okay, the letter that you perceive has the correct answer. Okay, so that's where you're going to be indicating your answer in the box which is on the right side of every question. Okay, so let's look at this example which is given. Example: Dash is a person who organizes an office. Dash is a person who organizes an office. A, buzzer; B, caretaker; C, office bearer; D, office orderly. The letter of the correct response is D and is written in the box as shown. So we can see how the answer is indicated here in the box. That's how we're going to be indicating our answers. Okay, so now with that in our mind, okay, we can go to question 1. Okay, we can go to question 1. So question 1 is as follows. Question 1 is as follows. The type of an office that allows business owners to provide services without physical meeting with their customer is called dash office. The type of an office that allows business owners to provide services without physically meeting with their customers is called dash office. A, closed office; B, closed office; C, open office; D, virtual office. Okay, so let's talk about these types of office. Let me start with the one, closed office. A closed office is a typically office is a, okay, let me say a closed office is an office which is physical space with the private rooms or cubicles, often used to reduce noise or distraction. Okay, so basically these are offices that we go into. When you enter, you even close the door, you discuss whatever you want to discuss in the office with the person you have come to meet, and then you leave. Okay, that is closed office. Now when you look at B, closed office, first of all, closed office, this one is not even a standard in business language or technology or office terminology. There is nothing like that. Okay, that one is an option for anyone who does not know, who have no idea of types of offices. So now when we look at C, which is open office, an open office is a physical space with minimal partitions, promoting collaboration among employees. Okay, so this is one room where people can be offering services. So this one can be an office where the accountant, the secretary, and maybe the human resource are in one area, so that they can work in that area, that they form an open office. Okay, this one is just to make sure that they collaborate very well. Now when we talk about collaborating, we're talking about teamwork. Okay, that is an open office. Okay, now let's talk about the last one, which is virtual office. Okay, let me just explain what virtual office is. A virtual office is an office which allows business owners to operate remotely using digital tools, e.g. email, video calls, cloud storage, etc., without needing a physical meeting space. So here, under virtual office, you don't meet people, you communicate with them even on video. That means you haven't met physically. So the correct answer here is D on 1. That is virtual office. That is virtual office, which is D. Okay, so my handwriting might not be okay because I'm just using my free hand. So that is D. It's not A, please. That is D. Okay, we come to question 2, which is the sorting of documents according to dates is known as dash filing. Okay, the sorting of documents according to dates is known as dash filing. A, subject filing. B, geographical filing. C, chronological filing. D, alphabetical filing. Okay, so now what we can do is let's talk about A, subject filing. Okay, so when we talk about subject filing, is putting documents according to the subject, okay, based on the topic that is or considered, like according to the theme. Let's say it's an office, yeah, filing documents according to their subject. So let's say document that involves people going on leave, or records of people have gone on leave. That is a topic, leave topic. So you file that according to that topic, according to that subject. People have gotten advances, you file them like that. So that's what it means about subject. Okay, now when we look at B, geographical filing, this may be according to where the resident where your client stays. If if you are operating in Lusaka, capital city of Zambia, then you file documents according to geographical. So that means if you are a company that deals with let me say you are a law firm, you deal with court cases. That means the cases that have people from Chilenge. Okay, you can have a file of cases that you are dealing with people from Chilenge. You put that one. You can say Chilenge court cases. You can also say Chalala court cases, Kawata court cases, something like that. Then that is geographical filing. Okay. Now when we talk about chronological filing, okay, that is C, chronological filing. Okay, so chronological filing, this is the kind of filing where documents are arranged by date, okay, from the oldest to the newest or vice versa. So you can put from the oldest, the date that is the oldest date to the newest date, or from the newest date to the oldest date. That is chronological filing. So we can say the correct answer here is C. Okay, now we go to D, which is alphabetical filing. I'm not going to explain what alphabetical filing is. So this is your question. What is alphabetical filing? So please make sure you give me you describe how alphabetical filing is. Okay. Let's go to question 3. Question 3 is that a dash is owned and controlled by one person. A dash is owned and controlled by one person. A, sole trading business. B, partnership business. C, corporation. D, company. Okay, now let's talk about the options. A, let's start with A. A, sole trading business, also known as sole proprietorship. Okay, this is because it has this name because the business is owned and run by one individual. The owner makes all decisions, keeps all the profits, and is personally responsible for any debts or loss. So A is the correct answer. Sorry, A is the correct answer, and I'm writing C. What's wrong with me? Please, A is the correct answer. So trading business. Now, when you look at partnership business, if we have to talk about partnership business, a business owned by 2 or more people who share responsibilities, profits, and liability. So that one doesn't fit the description in the question. C, corporation. What is a corporation? A corporation is a legal entity that is separate from its owners. So when you have a corporation, the owners are separated from the firm. It is managed by other people. So it has got shareholders, okay? And then you employ people who manage it. So the board of directors manage a corporation. Okay, a board of directors manage the corporation. So people who have got shares are separated from it. A company is a general term. Company is a general term. A sole trading business can be a company. A partnership business can be a company. A corporation can be a company. So company is just a general term that refers to a firm. We come to question 4. Question 4 is as follows. A business may be dissolved as a result of A. Withdrawal of startup capital. B. Understanding amongst partners. C. Solvency of the business. D. An increase in sale and profit. So we want to find the reason why the company may be dissolved, why the business may be dissolved. Okay, so we have got A, withdrawal of startup. Now, when we talk about withdrawal of startup, we are talking about startup capital is the initial money, okay, invested to launch and run a business. If the owner or the investor pull out this capital, especially early on, the business may struggle to operate and could be forced to shut down. So if you are starting a business and then the person who's supposed to fund this business withdraws the funding, then it may lead to the business being dissolved. So A is correct. However, let's go to B as well. If you find a better reason, then we can move A there. B, understanding amongst partners. If partners, they understand each other, there is no way they can dissolve the business. The business should continue, because one of the benefits of partnership is understanding. If one of the qualities that is needed among partners is understanding. If partners have got an understanding, they understand each other, then the business should go ahead. There is no way business can stop. So one of the good qualities of a partnership is understanding. So this should promote the business, not dissolving the business. Okay, because when you have got an understanding, that means there is good communication and there is also good agreement between the business partners. Okay, so when you say there is an understanding in business, we are talking about good communication and agreement. Okay, now let's look at C. C is solvency of the business. Solvency means business can pay its own debt and it is financially healthy. So when the solvency of the business is that the business, when you say this business, the solvency, when you talk about solvency of the business, we're talking about the business being able to pay its loan. So that is a good quality. If a business is able to pay its own loan, it can borrow money and pay on its own, then that means the business is doing fine. You can't dissolve such a business. When you come to D, an increase in sales and profit. This is what we go for in business. When you go in business, we want to see an increase in sales and an increase in profits. So this cannot lead to dissolve of the business. So the correct answer is A. Withdrawal of capital or startup capital will lead to the business being dissolved. We come to B. The type of an envelope which has an opening on the short side is called a dash envelope. Okay, so we have got a banker envelope. What is a banker envelope? Okay, a banker envelope is an envelope that opens on the longer side and often has a triangular flap. It is commonly used for personal letters or formal invitation. Okay, so here we are talking about an envelope that is like this. Let me just give you a brief. Okay, and then it is like this. Okay, this is a banker envelope. Okay, sorry, let's talk about pocket envelope. So pocket envelope is an envelope that opens on the shorter side, and it is designed to hold documents securely, often used for filing or business correspondence. So this kind of envelope is something like these common ones we see more, especially these bigger ones. Okay, then they are like this, then they open like this. Mostly they don't have a triangle shape like that. Mostly they have something like this. Okay, I'm just using my hand to draw, so something like that. Okay, so that is the pocket envelope. Okay, they are usually small. Okay, then we come to registered envelope. Okay, we come to registered envelope. So the question is, what the type of an envelope which has an opening on the shorter side is called? So the correct answer is B, which is pocket envelope. Okay, pocket envelope. Okay, now when you look at, let's look at C, registered envelope. Sorry, registered envelope. What is registered envelope? Registered envelope is a secure envelope used for sending a registered email. It may have extra security features like tamper-proof seals. Now, for you grade 9s, I want to share with you, when you're in grade 7, maybe you had a privilege where they came to pack your answer script in your classroom, where you saw the invigilators and the supervisors sealing your papers. Okay, so that one, those papers they use, they can be in plastic form or papers. Those are which are tamper-proof seals. Those you can give them as an example of registered envelopes. Okay, now when we look at window envelopes, these are envelopes that have got a plastic somewhere, a transparent window somewhere, where you sometimes even see where they put the names. Okay, that is window envelope. More or less like if this is an envelope, then it has got a opening here where they have put a plastic where you can even see your name, something like that. Okay, mostly it is on the side where you don't seal. Okay, where there is no overlap, where there is no opening. That's why it is usually put. Okay, now let's go to question C. So we said the correct answer is B. So now we can go to question 5, or we can question 6. Sorry, question 5 we have found the answer. Exchanging a cash dispensing machine with a food processor is an example of a dash transaction. A, credit. B, cash transaction. C, barter transaction. D, bank transaction. So let's talk about A, credit transaction. A credit transaction is a transaction where you get goods or service in advance, then provide payment later. Okay, you get the service or goods now and you pay later. That is a credit transaction. Now here they were talking about exchanging an item for an item. You sell an item for an item. It's common with you pupils whereby you have got a phone, you have got Techno, someone has got Infinix. Now the quality, or maybe the quality is different. Then you say, let me give you this phone and give me that, and maybe I'll top up money. I've seen common transaction with learners like that. So that is the transaction that is being talked about here, where you exchange goods for goods. Now when you talk about B, which is cash, that is when you get goods and you pay there and then. Give me the goods, I give you money. That is cash transaction. Barter transaction. Let me talk about barter transaction. Barter transaction is a transaction where direct exchange of goods or services without using money. That is barter transaction. In this case, cash dispensing machine with food processor. The exchange of these two things, that is barter system. So the correct answer is C. The correct answer is C. So we write C there. When we look at B, bank transaction. So when we talk about bank transaction, this is a kind of transaction where financial activities conducted through a bank, such as depositing, withdrawing, and transfer. So this is where you sell things or buy things using bank. So in your movement of money, bank is involved. That is bank transaction. Okay. let's go to the next question, which is question 7. We come to question 7. The business document issued for goods bought on credit is known as A, check, B, credit note, C, an advice note, D, an invoice. Okay, so let's look at these options that were given. Let's start with a check. A check is a payment instrument used to transfer money from one account to another. That is a check. Okay, so here we are not talking about transferring funds. Here we are talking about issuing a document for goods bought on credit. Okay. B, credit note. So a credit note is issued by a seller to reduce the amount owed by the buyer, often due to retained goods or overcharge. That is a credit note. Now, are we talking about overcharging here or the return of goods? No. Here we are talking about the business document issued for goods sold on credit. Oh, sorry, bought on credit. I don't know why sold is in my mouth. Bought on credit. Okay, so B is not also correct. Credit note is not correct. Let's come to C. C, which is an advice note. Okay, so an advice note is a note that informs the buyer that goods have been dispatched or are on the way. Okay, goods have been dispatched and are on the way. And that one, there's nothing like informing the seller here, okay, or the buyer. It is just issuing a document showing goods have been bought on credit. Okay, so we come to D, which is an invoice. So let's see, what is an invoice? An invoice is a formal request for payment issued by the seller when goods are sold on credit. So if you buy, then goods are also sold on credit. So the correct answer is D. Okay, the correct answer is D, which is an invoice. Okay, an invoice. You give an invoice when goods are bought on credit. Okay, so what we can do now is we can go to question 8. Question 8 is dash is the source document issued as a proof of payment for goods and service. Dash is the source document used as a proof for payment for goods and services. So we start with A, that is a credit note, B, debit note, C, an invoice, D, a receipt. Okay, so the correct answer is a receipt. Okay, so when you sell goods or services, you give a receipt. Okay, now let's talk about credit note. A credit note is issued by a seller to a buyer to reduce the amount owed, often due to returned goods or overcharge. This is what I explained earlier on credit note. Okay, then when you look at B, debit note. Debit note is issued by a buyer to a seller to request a reduction in the amount, often due to damage or pricing error. For instance, you are buying something at 5 kwacha, and then on the invoice they say 8 kwacha. Okay, so you would fill in a debit note so that you request for reduction in the amount payable. Okay, we come to C, an invoice. So an invoice, I was just from explaining an invoice, which is the request for payment. It shows what is owed for goods and services. That's what I said. Okay, so I won't do much in that. Now, when it comes to the correct answer, which is D, receipt. Let me write D, which is a receipt. A receipt is a source document that confirms payment has been made. It includes details like amount paid, date, and method of payment. Okay, so that is a receipt. Okay, so we can go to question 9. Question 9 is as follows. Question 9 is as follows. Goods bought on credit are first entered in the dash journal. Okay, A, purchases journal, B, purchases return journal, C, sales journal, D, sales return journal. Okay, so let me talk about these options, then together we can decide which one is the correct answer. Okay, this one I'm not going to indicate the correct answer. I want you to write the correct answer for me, but I'll explain these terms, then I want you to find the correct answer. Let's talk about purchases journal. Purchases journal is a record, or is where you record goods bought on credit from suppliers. It is used to track inventories or stocks purchases that are not paid for immediately. Okay, that is purchases journal. So goods bought on credit are first entered in the dash journal. Okay, so I'm not going to comment on the correct answer, and here I'm not going to write the answer because I want to see you write the correct answer in the comment section from the explanations I'm giving you. Now let me talk about the purchases return journal. This journal records goods returned to suppliers, usually due to damages, wrong delivery, and excess stock. Okay, that means if you have let me say, this journal records goods returned to suppliers, okay, usually due to damage, wrong delivery, and excess stock. So if you have received a lot of goods, then you return them. When you return them, you record them in purchase return journal. Okay, purchase return journal. Okay, C, sales journal. What do you record in sales journal? So in sales journal, you record goods sold on credit to customers. So whatever you sell on credit, something you sell is not paid for, it will be paid for later. You write them in sales journal. G, we say we look at sales return journal. This journal records goods returned by customers after a sale. So you sell something, then it is returned for a variety of reasons. Then you record it in sales journal. Okay, so which one is the correct answer? The question is, goods sold on credit are first entered in the dash journal. A, purchases journal. I said purchases journal is where you record things you sell on credit. B, purchases return journal. Purchases return journal, that's why I record goods returned to suppliers, okay, usually due to damage, wrong delivery, and excess stock. Okay, so you write that in purchases return journal. So you write things that you purchased now have been returned. Then sales journal, that's where I write things that have been sold on credit. Things that have been sold on credit. Sales return journal, the things that you sold and then has been returned by the customer, you record them in sales return journal. Okay, so which one is the correct answer on number 9? Let's go to number 10. I hope you have recorded your answer. I'm not going to record that the answer for number 9. I want you to record. Okay, let's go to number 10. A premises account is an example of dash account. A premises account is an example of a dash account. Okay, now let's talk about options. We've got A, real account, B, personal account, C, nominal account, D, fictitious account. Now let me talk about real account. What is real account? Real account is an account that deals with assets, things in the business owns, like buildings, land, machinery, and cash. That is in real account. Okay, this one I'm giving you the answer. Then B, personal account. What is personal account? A personal account is related to individual, firm, or organization account, like customers, suppliers, or owners account. That is personal account. Now when you look at nominal account is an account that records expenses, losses, income, and gains, like rent, salaries, or sales. That is nominal account. Okay, now let's look at fictitious account. Fictitious account is an account where temporary or adjustment accounts, often used for accounting entries that don't represent real assets or liability, e.g. suspense account. Fictitious accounts, these are temporary account. So the correct answer here is A, real account. Is A. Okay, so that is real account. So when you look at the definition of real account, you are saying real account deals with the assets, the record of assets, things like business, what business owns, like buildings, land, machinery, and cash. Those we record them in real account. Okay, so premises account is an example of real account. Okay, so premises account is an example of real account. Okay, we come to question 11. Let's talk about question 11. Let's look at question 11. Question 11 is as follows. The other name for the creditor's ledger is the dash ledger. The other name for creditor's ledger is the dash ledger. Okay, so what is the other name for dash ledger? A, cash ledger. B, nominal ledger. C, purchases ledger. D, sales ledger. Okay, so let's look at cash ledger. What is cash ledger? This ledger records cash transactions such as cash received and cash paid. So anything that you pay using cash money, you use money to pay, and then you record them in cash ledger. Okay, any cash you receive, you record it in cash ledger. Now let's talk about nominal ledger, that is B. Now look at the question. The question is, the other name for the creditor's ledger is the dash ledger. So now let's look at nominal ledger. Nominal ledger, this is also known as the general ledger. It contains all accounts used to prepare financial statements like income, expenses, assets, and liability. That is nominal ledger. It has got all that that can help you to prepare a financial statement. So if you want to prepare a financial statement, you can just reach out to nominal ledger, and then it will have all those, and it will help you to make a financial statement. Okay, now let's look at the purchases ledger. Purchases ledger is a ledger where you record transaction with creditors, suppliers for whom goods or services are bought on credit. Okay, so that is purchases ledger. So from that definition I've given you, we can agree that the answer is C. Okay, now for the sake of revision, let's talk about sales ledger, because you may not know the question that may come would require sales ledger to be an answer. So let's talk about sales ledger. Sales ledger records transactions with debtors and customers who owe money to the business. Okay, so you record those in the sales ledger. Okay, so we have found that the correct answer is purchases ledger. So the other name for creditors ledger is purchases ledger. Okay, we come to question 12. The following details were available in Msonda's books for the year ending 31st December 2020. So we have got closing capital, which is 12,000, opening capital, which is 9,500, drawings, which is 1,200. Now let's look at this. How did I know this is the closing capital and this is the opening capital? Okay, when you look at the dates that are given, this is 31st December 2020 and this is 1st January 2020. So meaning this was the money that was at the beginning of the year and this was the money at the end of the year. Now, during the course of the year, there was a drawing that was done, which is 1,200. Okay, so this drawing is not included in the closing stock or closing capital. Okay, so what we can do for us to find the net profit that the business made. Okay, so the question is calculate the net profit. So for us to calculate the net profit, what we can do is we can do this. We can say net profit is equal to, okay, then we have 12,000. Now 12,000, that is the amount that was there at the end. Now for easy calculation, that means we're going to say 12,000 plus what we withdrew, the drawings that happened during the course of the year. So we're going to say plus, okay, plus 1,000. Let me put the kwacha sign, plus 1,200. Then the whole of that, I can even put this in brackets, okay, for easier calculation. Now it's okay if you can subtract the opening capital from the closing capital before you add 1,200. Again, to give you the correct answer, but for easier explanation, that's what you do. Then minus 9,500. Okay, so what we do now is we find the difference. First, let's add what is in the bracket. So we are looking for net profit, which we can say equal to, so 12,000 plus 1,200 will give us something like 13,200 kwacha. 13,200 kwacha. Then minus, sorry, where I've put plus here, it's not supposed to be plus, it should be minus. Sorry, it should be minus 9,500. Then minus 9,000. Sorry, let me also put the kwacha sign. That is minus 9,500, like that. So 13,900, 13,200, not 13,900, 13,200. Then we say minus 9,500 will give us 13,200 minus 9,500 will give us 3,700 kwacha, and that 3,700 kwacha is the net profit. That 3,700 is the net profit. Okay, so that is the net profit. So we can go on the options and check on the answers that has got 3,700 as the net profit, which is A. So our correct answer is A. Okay, if you have got questions, please don't hesitate to ask in the comment section, but this is how you calculate net profit. Okay, now let's go to question 13. Question 13 is as follows. Mate receives a yearly salary of 228,228,000 kwacha and has the following deduction per month. Okay, pay as you earn, it's 6,650 kwacha. Personal levy, that is 480 kwacha. Now the actual question is calculate Mate's monthly net salary. Calculate Mate's monthly net salary. Okay, so now what we can understand is that we can say net salary. Let's see, calculate here, please. Let's calculate here. We can say net salary is equal to, okay, net salary is equal to gross salary minus deductions. So gross salary minus deductions. Okay, net salary is equal to gross salary minus deductions. Okay, so now here is the mistake that I see a lot of students make. Now look at this. There is one deceiving trick that is here. Now look at this. They have given you the yearly salary of Mate. Okay, and then they ask you to find the monthly net salary of Mate. So the mistake that majority of the students I work with make is they use the annual salary to put on the monthly salary, and then they just deduct this and they get the wrong answers. And believe you me, there is a answer here that you accept when you do that. You put the annual salary, subtract the deductions, you are going to find the answer here of such kind. So you need to be very careful. When they say yearly salary, that means in a year there are 12 months. So you divide the yearly salary by 12. Okay, you divide the yearly salary by 12. Okay, which is, you say 222. Maybe I can use a calculator here. Let me use the calculator here. Okay, let me use the calculator here. Okay, so we have got 228,000 kwacha. So we say divide by, so we divide by 12, the number of months in a year, which will give us, so the salary of Mate, the monthly salary of Mate is 19,000. Okay, so what we do now is this. Now we come here where there is this, where we have written this, then we do this. Okay, so sorry, we come on equal sign here. Okay, we say equal to, then what we write there is, we don't write 222, instead we write 19,000. Okay, we write 19,000 like that, then minus deductions. Now we don't know how much is the deduction, so what we can do is we can go again to the calculator and then we find the sum of deductions. Okay, so what we can do is we can say 6,650 plus 480 will give us 7,730. 7,130, not 7,700, 7,130. So we say, when we come here, we say minus 7,130. Okay, now when we have 19,000, and then when we find the difference of 19,000 and 7,130, so let's go to the calculator again. So we say that is the total. We can say equal to, then what we can do is we can say minus 19,000. Never mind, even if the answer will be a negative, we know that we will just write that value. So we have 11,100. So here the net salary will be, what was the amount there? 11,390. Sorry. The calculation here is wrong. It's totally wrong. The answer we got was, first let's say 19,000 kwacha minus 7,130. Okay, will give us 11,870. Okay, so the correct answer is, we have 11,870 as the final answer. This is the net salary. So this is the net salary, and this is how you find the net salary, which is, the correct answer is A. So we are going to go and indicate our answer in the box like that, A. We come to question 14, which is, the method of investment which represents money borrowed by the business is known as, okay, the method of investment which represents money borrowed by the business is known as, okay, so let's talk about the answers. A, stock; B, share; C, entrepreneurship; D, bond. Okay, let's talk about A, stock. What is a stock? A stock represents ownership in a company. Okay, so that is a stock. When someone buys stock, they become a shareholder and own a portion of the business. Okay, that's a stock. So if you have got stock in a company, that means you have got a share, a portion in a business. Now let's look at the word share. A share is a unit of stock. Again, it represents ownership, not debt. So, well, that means stock and ownership is not correct. Now, when we look at entrepreneurship, what is entrepreneurship? Entrepreneurship is the process of sharing or starting, let me say, entrepreneurship is a process of starting a business and learning a business. It involves creativity, okay, risk taking, and innovation. So when you are an entrepreneur, you start a business from an idea, then you can start a business with an idea. We don't have capital, but you start with an idea. If an idea is brilliant, you'll find people who put money into your business. So sometimes to become rich, you don't have to have money, but you just need to think critically and come up with an idea. Find a problem in your local area and find a solution. Once you find a problem, don't start complaining about it. Think about the solution. Then later on, if your solution is brilliant, there are people who would want to invest in a business or in a business idea that will generate a lot of money. Then you find the money. Okay, so an entrepreneurship is just a process of starting a business from creativity or from an idea. So it has nothing to do with borrowing money. Okay, now when we look at D, which is bond. So what is a bond? We have said A is not correct, B is not correct, and C is not correct. So a bond is a loan made by an investor to a business or government. The business borrows money and agrees to pay it back with interest over time. So this is a good business. In fact, if I had time to teach about government bond, I would have taught about government bond. Now, the only problem is that this is business study. Let me talk about government bond. This is a strategy that makes people leech silently. You become leech without making noise. Okay, so that is D, that is bond, and that is the correct answer. So the correct answer here is bond. The business borrow money and invest it into the business, and then it starts paying back with interest. However, when we agree that we are borrowing money for 5 years, you will be paying interest. Okay, like government pays interest in form of coupons, and then you'll be paying interest. Then after the period of agreement has elapsed, then you pay the entire money with the entire money at the end of the year. So if you borrow 10,000 as a bond, what happens is you'll be paying back interest, while it's holding the 10,000. Now, after the lapse of the period of agreement, you are going to pay back that 10,000 again. So the person who has lent you money has no effect. If your business goes at a loss, he still needs that money. Okay. We come to question 15. Question 15 is as follows. The financial institution that operates like a cooperative is known as, okay, a financial institution that operates like a cooperative is known as, okay, A, building society, C, bring you the change, C, credit union, B, bring you the change, C, credit union, D, national credit bank. Okay, now let's talk about building society, which is A. Building society is an institution or financial institution that offers banking services like saving and mortgages. So this one focuses on building. Okay, you can save money, like here in Zambia I've got zed-Mathematics. This one just focuses on you can save, but its instance, its genuine purpose is to promote building. Okay, so A is not the correct answer. B, bring you the change. Bring the change. This is an institution where you go to change your currency. If you have got dollars, you want to have kwachas, you go there and they'll give you the kwachas. Okay, if you have dollars, you want kwachas, they'll go there and they'll give you kwachas. They will change your dollar currency into Zambian currency. Okay, then we come to C. Okay, credit union. Credit union is a member-owned cooperative financial institution. So what happens here is that members put their financial muscles together, and then when they put their money together, they start offering loans, okay, or savings and other services to each other. Okay, it is built on trust, community, and shared benefit. That's what happens. Okay, so this one is the correct answer. The financial institution that operates like a cooperative is known as credit union. So which is C. C is the correct answer. Okay, now let's come to D. D, which is the National Credit Union. Oh, sorry, National Credit Bank. What can you say about National Credit Bank? We are going through these options in case the question comes, and the correct answer is the National Credit Bank. So what we can say about the National Credit Bank is that this is like a formal national level bank. It is not made of individuals, which can be referred as cooperatives. So this one can even be government owned, okay, or regulated. It can be regulated. If it's national, that means it has got even offices in different areas, so it can be regulated. Okay, so this one is not correct. Okay, let's go to question 16. Question 16 is as follows. The telecommunication service that allows an organization to speak to clients and obtain immediate replies is called. So when you talk to someone and gives you the immediate reply, what kind of communication are you using? A, telex, B, telephone, C, telegram, D, fax mail. Now let's talk about telex. Telex, this one is a bit odd, or it's a early method that was common early. I don't know years, I can't cheat you. Telex, I don't remember using it. Was the this is a kind of telecommunication based on text. Okay, so you communicate using text. You type the message, then you send using telex communication. Now this one you need to wait for someone to respond. Okay, this one can be correct. Now let's see which one would be faster than telex, where you type the message and you type the response. Someone sends you a message, then you type the response. The second one is telephone. Now telephone is where you talk to someone like in real time. Okay, you have someone talking to somebody, like the way you talk on phones, cell phones. You are talking to someone and then someone is responding, are you coming today? Then that person will answer no or yes. Okay, that is the communication on telephone. It doesn't even take seconds for someone to respond. You offer them a question, they will offer you a reply there and then. Okay, that one is faster than telex. Okay, I'm not going to indicate the answer until we find the fastest. Now when you talk about telegram, when you talk about telegram, don't think about this telegram which I have on the phones, telegrams app. No, we talk about telegram. There was a telegram system that existed. So this one is a kind of communication where you have got written messages. Okay, so mostly we used to write it in short messages. If you send a telegram, even when there is a full stop, you just say stop. If you put full stop, that is 2 words. So mostly it was changed by a word. So even when you're writing full stop, you just say stop. That's all. Okay. Other people, because of constriction on the budget, because of they had the low income, they were a bit dry on the pocket. They would do and not even indicate stop. Okay. So fax mail, this is where you use a fax machine, okay, which sends scanned document. And when, like for instance, you want something to buy, then you are going to send the fax, and the seller will read the things that he wants to buy. Then you again send you back the fax, which is printed, or you write things that are there. Then they'll send you a fax again. Okay, so that means when you send the fax, you need to wait for the response. Okay, you need to wait for a response. Maybe if it's you want to order things, they'll tell you, oh, of course, check out on us tomorrow to check everything. But among these options we have, we have got telex, telephone, and telegram, and fax mail. That means the correct answer here is B, telephone. Here, if you are asking for something, you can be talking. Do you have Panados? Yes or no. Do you have Cafimo? Yes or no. There you are getting the answers as soon as possible, just there and then. Okay, let's come to question 17. What does the abbreviation ASAP stand for? Okay, ASAP. So ASAP stand for as soon as possible, which is A. Here I don't have to even waste time. It's just a matter of us telling us what does A stand for. It's as, S soon, A as, P possible. So the correct answer is A there. Okay, we come to question 18, which is which of the following is not a function of the human resource department? Which of the following is not a function of a human resource department? A, recruiting staff. B, setting employees condition of service. C, setting the shareholders register. D, settling dispute. Okay, let me start by talking about recruiting staff. So in a company, recruiting of staff is the duty of the human resource. So this one is the duty of human resource. So human resource recruits staff. This is their main function. Okay, this is the core function of human resource, is to recruit staff. Okay, so the HR will handle the advertisement, interviews, and B, hiring processes. Okay, then B, setting employees condition of service. This is another core activity of human resource. This is the other activity of human resources. They make sure that they set employees condition of services. Now, majority have seen human resources that are biased. They favor the employees because they are their employees. If they don't do what they want, they will be fired. But the nature of a human resource has to be balanced. It has to promote workers' conditions as well as the benefit of the employers. If the employees want to be selfish, then we'll be there to moderate. If the employer wants to be selfish, we'll be there to moderate. Okay, but most of the time employees are not favored. Okay, so that one, conditions of service will also be handled by human resource. C, setting the shareholders register. Okay, setting the shareholders register. Shareholders are his employers, so this one is not his job. Shareholders register is legal and financial record of company ownership. It is managed by the company secretary or finance department, not HR. So C is the correct answer. Okay, so the question is, which of the following is not a function of the human resource department? Setting the shareholders register is not the function of HR or human resource department. Okay, let's come to question 19. Oh, we haven't talked about D. D, settling dispute. This is the function of the HR. The HR settles the dispute between the employee and the employer, between employees themselves. Okay, that means the HR should settle that dispute. Okay, let's go to question 19. Chikwenda pay monthly fees to MQD Limited for the annual use of the tractor for farming. Which method of financing a business does Chikwenda use? Which method of financing a business does Chikwenda use? Okay, now let's talk about the answers. A, subletting. B, leasing. C, borrowing from friends. D, borrowing from banks. Now let's talk about A, which is subletting. Subletting is renting out a property or asset that you are already renting from someone else. Okay, so how does this situation come about? This situation comes when you have seen that here at your local area there is a need for a certain equipment. So, and you know that in a certain area this equipment is not regarded. So what I can do is I can go and rent it from the area where it's cheaper, then bring it to the area where it is expensive, then rent it out at an expensive price. For instance, I rent a tractor at a cost of 5,000 per year. Then where I am, they rent even a tractor at 50,000 kwacha per year. Now that's a abnormal profit. So I can go and rent a tractor from somewhere, transport it to where I am, then rent it out, and then I start making that money. So that is what subletting is. Now let's talk about leasing. What is leasing? Okay, so leasing is financing. Let me come again. Leasing is a way of financing or a method of financing where a person or business pays regular fees, monthly, quarterly, or yearly, to use an asset. Okay, to use an asset. In this instance, we can talk about to use a tractor for farming. Okay, without owning it. It's not yours. You just pay some certain amount, then they allow you to use that one. That is leasing. Now, when you look at the statement, which is in this question, which is Kwenda pays monthly fees to MQD Limited for the annual use of the tractor for farming. Which method of financing a business does Kwenda use? That is leasing. So the correct answer is B. Okay, B is the correct answer. Now let's look at question 20. Or let's look at C, borrowing. What can we say borrowing from the friend? This involves getting money from friends to fund business activities. Okay, that is, you borrow money from the friend to fund activities. So they are not talking about getting money from a friend. Okay, now when you say borrowing from the bank, this is getting a loan or a salary advance from the bank, okay, to finance a business or just to make sure that the business is running properly. So C and D, they are not also correct. So now let's go to question 20. Question 20 is as follows. BMD company uses a banking service which allows for suppliers of goods and services within and outside the country to electronically receive payments. Which banking services does the company use? A, standing order. B, direct debit. C, credit transfer. D, bank transfer. Now let's look at the answers. Let's understand the answers. When we talk about standing order, what is a standing order? A standing order is a fixed recurring payment set by the customer to pay another party. Okay, e.g. rent or subscription. Let's say you've got DSTV subscription, then you have a standing order with the DSTV. That means every month they'll be deducting your subscription from your bank account. That is standing order. When we look at B, direct debit. Direct debit is a recipient, a company that receives or pulls money from you, okay, or from the company account with permission. So if you have got a direct debit from DSTV, that means I will be getting money from DSTV every time. Every time I need to get money, I'll be getting money from DSTV. That is direct debit. Now, when we talk about credit transfer, what is credit transfer? Credit transfer is an electronic payment. It's a transfer which involves electronic payment initiated by the sender to move money to a recipient account. So, credit transfer is where I send money to pay. Okay, so if the question is saying BMD company uses a bank service which allows, the question is BMD company uses a bank service which allows for suppliers of goods and service within and outside the country to electronically receive payments. Which banking services does the company use? Okay, A, we said standing order. B, direct order. C, credit transfer. That's what one I'm explaining about. So credit transfer, I'm saying, is a transfer where you an electronic payment initiated by the sender to move money to a recipient account. It is widely used for paying suppliers both locally and internationally. Okay, so here the correct answer is C. Here the correct answer is C, which is credit transfer is the correct answer. So D, when we talk about D, we can say D, that is bank transfer. Bank transfer is a general term for moving money between accounts, which could include credit transfer, wire transfer, or other methods. So D is also not correct. Even though it encompasses credit transfer, it encompasses credit direct debit, and it also encompasses standing order. They are all in bank transfer. So the correct answer is C, Okay, so if we say D, that means D may even encompasses A and B. So the correct answer here is C. So basically that's how you answer this question. Okay, thank you so much for watching. I'm very grateful that we have been able to watch up to this time. So please, if you haven't subscribed to my YouTube channel, I encourage you to subscribe to my YouTube channel. Please, even if you are going to write grade 9 this year, don't think that you will not close to grade 12. In fact, we do post grade 12 work. So please make sure you subscribe to our YouTube channel so that we continue supporting you up to grade 12. So please, let's gear for section B. We come to section B. Section B has got 35 marks, and the instructions for these sections are as follows. Answer all the questions in this section. Write your answers in the spaces provided. Okay, so those are the instructions that we work with. These are similar instructions like the ones we used in section A, where we record answers on the same question paper. This is what we do even during the mock exam or the test that is prepared by the school. We write the answers in the same question paper. So it's not something that is very difficult to follow. It's something that we are accustomed to already. So now let's go to question 1A, which is arrange the following in geographical order of filing documents. Okay, so when such a question is given, what we need to do is we arrange files according to geographical names. Okay, so let's look at the entire question now. Question 1A1, we have got visited the Victoria Falls in Livingstone. 2, visited a timber forest in Kaoma. 3, visited a beekeeping farm in Kawompo town. 4, visited a museum in Choma. Okay, so those are the statements. Now let's look at what are these statements saying. Okay, let's talk about Livingstone. So as we answering this question, we focus on the names of places. Okay, the names of places. So we focus on these 4 names. Okay, we have Kabompo, we have Kaoma, we have Livingstone, we have Kaoma, we have Kabompo, we have Choma. So what we're going to do is the same thing that we do. In fact, that is the skill we used when we answering special paper 1 in grade 7. So that's a skill that we are going to use here. Okay, so what we do is we arrange these names in alphabetical order. That's what we're going to do. So we're going to look at the letters that starts with the names of these places. Okay, so we have got Livingstone. It starts with the L. Livingstone starts with L. Kaoma starts with K. Okay, then again Kabompo starts with the K, and then we have Choma, which starts with C. So what we're going to do is we're going to arrange these letters in alphabetical order. Remember, this is also K for Kaoma. Okay, so among these 4 letters, which one comes first? We know that C comes first. A, B, C. Okay, A, B, C. So C is the one that is mentioned as we read out the alphabetical letters. Okay, then after C, we have A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J, K, L, M. Okay, so now after K, that's when L comes. So we have K that comes before L. Now we have 2 K's here. So what we do is we consider the names. So we have Kabompo and we have Kaoma. We have Kaoma and Kabompo. So what we do is when we look at K, they both start with K. When we look at A, the second letter in each word is AA. That means these K and AA. KK and AA cannot help us to separate these words. So we consider the third letter in each name. So we have got B in Kabompo and O in Kaoma. So which letter comes first? Come first when we are reading out the alphabetical letters from A to Z. We'll find that B comes first. It's A, B. So B comes first. So that means we are going to have Kabompo as the second. Okay, so Kavompo. Now I'm going to write KB just to differentiate. We have Kavompo, then later on we have Kahoma that comes. Okay, then we are going to have Livingstone as the last name. So how do we arrange this with this knowledge? So what we do is we are going to come here and write, the first word we're going to write is Choma. Okay, we're going to write Choma. Okay, so the second name as we are filing will be Kavompo. Then the third name as we are filing will be Kaoma. Okay, then the fourth name as we are filing is going to be Livingstone. Okay, like this. So basically this is how you answer this question. Okay, so this is how you are going to file, and this is how you write your answers. So like this, we have put them in, this is how they will appear in the file when we arrange the file according to their geographical names. Okay, so basically these were the answers that examiners expected you to write. If you have got questions, you can ask in the comment section, but this is the answers. Okay, now I want to share with you that we have got a WhatsApp group where all grade 9s are invited to join so that we can revise extensively. Remember, we're just remaining with less than 1 month, so join us in that group. Ask questions, we answer you. And also I'm going to be giving you activities that you're going to be doing that will help to maximize the chances of you passing grade 9 exams. So make sure you join now. Okay, we come to question 1b, which is use the word list to answer the questions that follow. Word list: registered mail, flanking, courier services, free post. Okay, so those are the words. Now let me talk about these words that are in the word list. We have got registered mail. What is a registered mail? So a registered mail is a post service that provides proof of mailing and delivery. Okay, the features that are in this kind of service is it includes a tracking number. It requires a signature upon delivery, often used for important documents or variables. Okay, then the benefit of this service, which is registered mail, it offers security and accountability for sensitive items. Okay, now let me talk about flanking. What is flanking? Flanking is the method of prepaying postage using a franking machine. Okay, the features of this service are as follows. Business uses franking machine to print postage directly onto envelopes or labels. Business use franking machines to print postage directly on envelopes or labels. Rates are often cheaper than regular stamps. Okay, so it's cheap. Benefits: it saves time and money for higher volume mailers. Okay, so for those who are mailing lot of mails or bigger mails, then this one will save them time and money. Now we come to courier services. Courier services is a private delivery service offering fast and secure transport of parcels and documents. Okay, so the features are as follows. These are mostly same day or next day delivery options depending on the distance, okay, between the 2 points. The second feature is real-time tracking and customer support. So there is real-time tracking and customer support. The other feature, which is the other thing that is done or that is involved in this service, courier service, is that often more expensive than post services. So this one is more expensive than other post services. So the benefit is ideal for urgent or high value shipments. Okay, that is the benefit of courier service. Now let me talk about what free post is and its features as well as the benefit. What is free post? Free post is a service where the recipient doesn't pay postage. The sender or the organization covers the cost. Okay, so common use, this one is common uses. This one is used in government forms, surveys, or prepaid return envelopes, marketing campaigns, or customer service replies. Okay, so this is when we talk about marketing campaigns or customer service replies, like the way you call a certain company where they say it's toll-free, okay, service. That means the company which is receiving the free calls is the one that is paying for the services. So the benefit is it encourages response by removing the cost barrier for the sender. So it removes, like if we have got a toll-free number, that means people will be encouraged to call because it does not cost them anything. Okay, so now I've explained the four word lists that in this the four words that are in this word list. Now let's go to the actual questions. Question 1: a company is able to send mail and parcels to customers' doorstep. Which postal service does the company use? Okay, so the service here is courier services. Now from those explanations I gave, you are able to understand that the service that the company may use is courier services or courier services. Okay, courier service. Okay, courier services. Even if it's expensive, this is the service that the company may use to send parcels and mails to the customers' doorsteps. Okay. An organization is able to receive mail from its clients without them paying for postage. Which postal service allows for such? That is free post. That is free post. Okay. Okay, so that is the answer, free post. Okay. So if you have got questions, you can ask in the comment section. If there are no questions, so this is the correct answer. We come to question 1C, which is as follows. State whether each of the following is statutory or voluntary deduction. State whether each of the following is statutory or voluntary deduction. Okay, so before I answer any question, let me talk about these two terms here. Okay, these two terms, statutory and voluntary deductions. Okay, let me start with the statutory deduction. What is statutory deduction? Statutory deduction is illegal amount that is withheld from an employee's salary. Okay, so this one is a deduction, is a kind of a deduction where someone has no power. Okay, it's something that government or the company requires every employee to do. For instance, let's talk about pay as you earn, which is a tax. Okay, employees in Zambian government pay this one, pay as you earn, whether they like it or not, and depending on their salary. So my pay as you earn is different with the person that has got a different salary. Okay, so if I get 2,000 as my salary and the other one gets 5,000 as his salary or salary, that means our pay as you earn, our tax will be different, and this tax is going to be paid by both of us or all of us as long as we're working for the government. Okay, this one is a legal obligation. Okay, so that is statutory deduction. The other example of statutory deduction is NAPSA. Okay, the money that is contributed to NAPSA for social security is also statutory. Every Zambian employee is obligated to pay that amount of money. The other one is example of statutory deduction is the money that is paid to NIMA. Okay, every Zambian employee contributes to NIMA for medical costs. If anything, if a family member or the same employee gets sick, you will pay that money. You will seek the services of NIMA. Okay, so the purpose is to fund public service like healthcare, pension, and social welfare. Okay, that is the importance of statutory deduction, like those I've mentioned, NAPSA and the government taxes. Okay, so now let's talk about the voluntary deductions. The voluntary deductions, these are deductions that are I can say these deductions, they are deductions that are optional and they are based on employees' choices. Okay, so voluntary deductions, these are optional and are based on employees' choices. Okay, so the choice of the employees will attract voluntary deductions. Okay, now let me talk about examples of voluntary deductions. These are like if I want to have a scheme with the Madison Insurance, then that one is my personal choice, and that is voluntary deduction. Okay, if I want to save for my retirement, then I can have an account that I open with either Madison or any other account, then that is a voluntary deduction. If I want, I'm not going to have that. Okay, if I want to buy government bonds and then I have that stop order where every month a certain amount is deducted from my account, that is voluntary. Okay, so you can also get a loan and then the payment, the money that you use to pay for your loan, that is also voluntary deduction. Okay, now let me go to the actual questions now. Let's see. Payment of membership fee to a club by an employee. So you have to choose, that is your choice, either to join a club or not. So that one is voluntary deduction. So we can say that is voluntary deduction. Okay, that one is not something that you're obliged to do. Okay, so that is voluntary deduction. Okay, so that is voluntary deduction. Contribution towards pension fund by an employee, is voluntary? No, that is statutory deduction. Okay, statutory deduction. Okay, that is statutory deduction. The payment of a loan, you decide as an employee to get a loan. Some employees don't have a loan, so that is voluntary deduction. Okay, voluntary deduction. Voluntary deduction. Okay, now the payment of monthly installment for a hired fridge. So you decide to get a fridge on hire purchase, that is voluntary. Okay, that is voluntary deduction. That is voluntary deduction. Okay, so those were the answers that examiners expected you to write. Okay, so if you find this video helpful, remember to like and share with your friends. I'm sure if it's adding value to your education, then please make sure you subscribe to our YouTube channel, because we are also doing grade 12 work. So we go with you into grade 10, 11 and 12. So we'll be there to support you throughout your education. So make sure you subscribe to our YouTube channel, and don't forget to join our WhatsApp group, where we are going to do revision to maximize the chances of passing. So these were the answers that examiners expected you to write, and these are the answers will earn you 4 marks. So basically that's what you do. We come to question 2A, which is as follows. On 19th July 2018, QRT company sent a document to Luendo Enterprise to increase the value of goods supplied on 4th July 2018. 5 boxes of bond paper at 450 kwacha per box, 100 manila papers at 12 kwacha each, required to fill in a debit note. So we are required to fill in a debit note. Okay, so before we fill in the debit note, what is a debit note? Remember, we're just revising, so we'll talk about what a debit note is. A debit note is a formal document used to notify a buyer or seller about an adjustment in a transaction, typically increasing the amount owed. Okay, so the main purpose of preparing or sending a debit note is to notify the buyer about changes in the amount that is owed. Okay, so what I mean is, amount owed is the amount that the buyer has to pay. Mainly is to increase the price. Okay, this is to increase the price. Okay, so this debit note, what we can learn from is that, from what I've said, is that it is a document that is sent by the seller to a buyer to indicate that the buyer owes more than previously stated. Okay, most of the time when it is used when the buyer or someone bought something which was undercharged. Okay, for instance, something is sold at 50 kwacha, then someone thought maybe it was being sold at 30 kwacha, so that goods or services are being undercharged. Okay, those goods or services are being undercharged. The other one is addition of costs like shipping or taxes. If the costs have changed, then there is need for the buyer to also add some money. Then the debit note will be prepared to notify the buyer about the changes. Okay, the other one is when the goods were returned by the buyer and the seller needs to adjust the account. So in the other cases, when goods are returned, you buy goods, let's say you buy 50 pairs of shoes, then you return 20. So you prepare a debit note to alert the seller that there are some goods that have been returned, and then there is need for adjustment in price. Okay, so those are the reasons why the debit note is prepared. Okay, so now with that out of the way, now we can go ahead and prepare the debit note. Okay, so what we do is, first let's start with here on top we're going to enter the name of the company where the debit note is coming from. So we are told on 19th July 2018, QTR company. So that is the one that's sent. So we're going to write the name of the company there, which is QRT company. Okay, that's the name of the company. Okay, then here we are going to write the date. Now the date that is put here is the date that the debit note was prepared. Is the date that the debit note was prepared. So when was the debit note prepared? Okay, when was the debit note prepared? It was on 19 July. So we can say the debit note was prepared on 19 July 2018. Okay, that is the date when the debit note was prepared. Okay, then what we write there next is we write where the debit note is going. Okay, so it is going to Rwendo Enterprise. So here we write Rwendo Enterprise. Okay. Okay, it's going to Rwendo Enterprise. Okay, so now once we have entered these documents, these details, sorry, not documents, these details, what is next? Okay, so what we do is here we are going to write here, as we are preparing, we're going to write quantity. So I'm just going to write the abbreviation of quantity like that. Okay, then what we write now, after we write the weight quantity there, then here what we are going to write is details. Okay, the details about the quantity, about the items. So the details about the items that we are entering. Okay, it's okay if you can center it or not, it's okay. Then here we are going to write a unit price. So because of space, I'm just going to write a small, should I write, let me just write the abbreviation, which is unity. Okay, unity price. Okay, unit price. So if you have got worries on how to spell unit price, so unit price is spelled as UNIT, which is unit, then price, that is PRIC. Okay, so I can even finish up writing. So I just say U price, that is unity price. Okay, so unit price like that. So U is for unit, then price like that. Okay, then next what we do is we're going to write there. We are going to write that is for ngwes and kwachas, which I can easily write down here. Okay, here I'm going to write K for kwacha, and in this box I can just do this instead of, I can do this up to this far. I can just see and do this. Okay, then N, then K, then N. Okay, that's, so those with the ones that will be there. So there on top, what you can do is, that is unit price, and here we will write in total price. Okay, total price. Okay, so let me just write T price so that it can be easier. That is total price. So it's just the T price. Okay, now once we have done that, let me just center these. Okay, so T price, that is the total price. Okay, so the first item, that is 5 boxes of bond paper at 450 ngwe per box. So, or sorry, 450 per box. So we're going to write 5 there. Then 5 what? We can say that is 5 bond papers. Okay, 5 boxes of bond papers. So we can say bond papers. Okay, bond papers. Okay, there are 5. So unit price, that is 450 kwacha. So we say 450 kwacha. So it's okay if you can put ngwes, which should be not be there where I've put them. They should be somewhere in ngwes here. Okay, so you write ngwes in there. Okay, so what is the total cost? So when we multiply 450 by 5, remember we have, let me just do this so that they can be in line. Okay, so okay, I'll drop it a bit down. So we have got unit price, we have learned that is 450. Okay, then that is in way, then 450 times 5. So 450 times 5 will give us 2,000, if I'm not mistaken, 2,250 kwacha. Okay, 2,050 kwacha, like that. Okay, so let me just drag it a bit down like that. Okay, so that is the total cost of those. Then the other one, we have got the second item, which is 100 manila paper at 12 kwacha each. So we can say 100 manila okay, 100 manila, sorry, there is misspell of L, manila. So we are saying manila papers. Okay, how much is 1 manila? That is 12 kwacha. That is 12 kwacha. So I'm going to write 12. Then in ngwe column, I'm going to put zeros. Then the total, when we multiply 12 kwacha by 100, so it will give us 1,200. So we can write 1,200 there. So not 12,000, but 1,200, like that. Then in ways, I'm going to put the zeros like that. Okay, then I've entered that. Okay, now once I've entered that, what I can do now is just to find the total. So what I can do now there is I can just draw the line. Okay, so I can just draw the line here. So it doesn't matter, I can even draw the line somewhere here. Okay, then I can put the totals. Okay, so I can come down here and put the totals. So to write my total, I'll just come here and add. Ignore the column of unit price, but focus on here. So when I had 2,100, 2,250 times 1,200 will give me 3,450 kwacha. So on ngwes, whatever I have on ngwes, they are zeros, so they are just zeros. So what I'll do is I'll just write 2 zeros like that. Now that way I've filled in the debit note, unless if you have got question, but otherwise this is how you fill the debit note. Okay, if there are no questions, please remember to subscribe to my YouTube channel for more videos like this one. We come to question 2b, which is on 27 March 2016, Mbewe, a current account order of Bank ZML Limited, Livingstone branch, issued a check to Lubasi with 2,800 for goods bought on 10 March 2016. Required to is to fill in a check. So we are asked to fill in a check. Now, what is a check? Okay, let's talk about a check. What is a check? So a check is a written order directing a bank to pay a specific amount of money from the writer's account to another person or entity. Okay, so that is a check. So it's just an instrument of payment. Okay, so which you offer to a person that you need to pay money. Okay, the key factors or the key features of a check are it's a written instrument. Okay, so that is what is there. Okay, a check is a physical document signed by the account holder. Okay, the account holder is also called the drawer. Okay, the drawer. It's an condition order. It instructs the bank, the drawee, to pay a certain amount to the payee, the person receiving the money. Okay, so the drawee here is the bank. Okay, it is also a negotiable instrument. It can be transferred to other specifically if endorsed. It can be transferred to others if specifically endorsed. Okay, so what are the parts involved in a check? So the drawer, the person who writes and signs the check. The drawee, the bank that is directed to make the payments. Then the payee, the person or organization receiving the money. Okay, now when I've talked about the endorser, which is optional, someone who transfers the check to another party. So I'm given a check, then I want to give it to someone else. That is the endorser. The endorsee, which is also the endorsee, which is also optional, the person whom the check is transferred to. So if I'm given a check and then I become the endorser, which means I'm the payee as I'm receiving the check. Now, if I want to transfer it to someone else, I've become the endorser. Now, if I'm giving this check, I'm transferring this check to Musonda, then Musonda has become the endorsee. Okay, so those are the things you need to understand. Then the other things we need to understand is types of check. Let me talk about types of check. We are revising, please. I'll take an advantage of this as I'm talking about checks. So types of checks, we have got bearer check. This is payable to whoever holds the check. Then we have order check. This is payable only to the person named on the check. A closed check can only be deposited into a bank account, not cashed direct. So in the closed check is the one that goes into bank account. So for you to have your check processed, you should have a bank account. Post-dated check, this one is dated for future payment. So if you anticipate a certain payment in future, and maybe you're moving out, and then you're moving away from the place, you want to issue the check, then you can just post-dated. You can just make a post-dated check. Okay, stale check. This is presented after its valid period, usually 3 to 6 months. Okay, so those are types of checks. Please, you can take time and watch this video again to understand fully. So what are the advantages of using a check? One, it's safer than carrying cash. Okay, it's safer than carrying cash. You are just carrying a document which is not yet written. So if it's stolen, then it's safer. You can rush to the bank and declare that your check is stolen, even if it's already signed, so that no one can cash out. Two, it's used for large transaction. Instead of you carrying a lot of money, you just carry one piece of paper, which is a check, and then you sign it. So instead of carrying a lot of cash, you just carry one document. Three, provides a written record of payment. So it is also provide a written record of payment. So if you write a check, there is a duplicate that remains in your checkbook. That means it is also providing a record of payment where your money was spent. Disadvantages: checks can also bounce if funds are not available. Okay, so checks can bounce if there is less money than you have written, so the check will bounce. Two, processing takes time. So it's different. When you have cash, you just give them there and then, but for check, you need to wait for a certain period of time to allow it to be processed. Risk of forgery or loss is another disadvantage or example of disadvantages of using a check. Someone can forge, or you can lose the check. You're given a check and you lose it. Okay, so those are the disadvantages. I've given you 3 advantages and 3 disadvantages. Now, with that out of the way, now let's go and fill in the check. Okay, so how do we fill in the check like this one? Okay, how do we fill in a check like this one? So we have the name there, check, and we have a dash name there. So what do we write there on top? What is written on top there? Okay, so the first thing is, let's go through the instructions so that we can understand what we'll write there first. So we're saying on 27th March 2016, Mbewe, a current account order of Bank ZML Limited, Livingston branch, issued a check to Lubasi worth 2,800 for goods bought on 10 March 2016. So there on top we write the name of the bank. So Mbewe, current account order of Bank ZML Limited. So that is the name of the bank, that is ZL Limited Bank. So that is ZM. So we write there on top, we are going to write the name of the bank, which is ZML Limited Bank. Okay, so we write the name of the bank there. Okay, then next we write the date. So what date are we going to write? We're going to write the date that the check is issued, the date when the check is issued, which is on 27 March. So there we write 27 March 2016. Okay, now next, what do we write on pay? So you're offering an instruction. So what are you going to write there? We are going to write the name of the person that is supposed to be paid. So we are saying pay. So the name, that is, I check to Lubasi, so that we just write the word Lubasi there. Okay. Okay, we write the name Lubasi there. Then or order the sum. So the sum of how much are we paying Lubasi is 2,800 kwacha. So we write in weights, which is going to be 2,008. Now that one should be in weight. In weights 800 kwacha. We pay Lubasi 2,800 kwacha. That is what is there, 2,800 kwacha. Okay, so what we do now here, we write in figures. So there we're going to write in figures. So there we write in figures, which is going to be 2,800 okay kwacha. Okay, 800 kwacha. I'm sure there is no K there. Okay, right. So that is the amount that we are going to give Lubasi. Okay, then next, what do we do? We have the dash down there. What do we write here on the dash here? Okay, so here what do we write? So here what is written there is the signature of the person paying. So you know that the person who's paying is Mbewe. So for demonstration purpose, I'm going just to write the name of Mbewe. So that is Mbewe. Okay, that's the name Mbewe. Okay, we just write the name Mbewe like that. Okay, so that's how you fill in the check. That's how you fill in the check. Please, if you have got questions, you can ask in the comment section. Please don't forget to join our WhatsApp group for revision, that is maximizing the chance of passing grade 9 exam. So I want you to join our group so that we continue revising together. Okay, so make sure subscribe to our YouTube channel, as we're going to support you through up to grade 12. So make sure you subscribe. We come to question 3A, which is as follows. State whether the following statements are true or false. Okay, state the following statements are true or false. So let's start with statement 1. A SWOT analysis assists a business to assess the internal and external business environment. Is that true? Okay, so for us to know whether it's true or not, let's understand what is SWOT. Okay, so what is SWOT analysis? Okay, so SWOT analysis, this term SWOT stands for S, that is strength, W, that is weakness, O, that is opportunity, and T, that is threats. Okay, let me talk about strength. What are strength? Okay, mostly this is internal advantages, skilled force, strong brand, loyal customers. Okay, and what is weaknesses? Weakness is internal limitation, outdated technology, poor allocation, high cost. What is opportunities? Opportunities, these are external chances to grow or improve. Emerging markets, new trends, such things, those are opportunities. Okay, those are external chances to grow or improve. Threat, that is external risks or challenges, e.g. competitors, regulations, economic downturns. Okay, then that is, I've talked about those 4 components of SWOT. That is strength, weakness, opportunities, and threats. Okay, so how does SWOT work? Okay, how does SWOT assist business? That's what I'm trying to say. So it helps in strategic planning. So if you want to have a strategic planning, if the business need to come up with a strategic planning, then SWOT analysis will assist. Okay, the other thing that SWOT analysis do is it also help the company or the business to make a decision. Okay, so before launching a new project or product, or before entering into a market or changing operations, SWOT will reveal the potential risks and advantages, and it will also help to solve problems. Those are the advantages of SWOT I'm mentioning, helping to solve the problems, and also it will also help on the competitive advantage. Okay, understanding the strength helps the business leverage what is not there. Okay, what the other competitors are lacking, they need to help the business to capitalize on that. Resource allocation, it also helps to identify where you're going to allocate your resources. Okay, so those are the things that we can talk about SWOT analysis. Now the question is, a SWOT analysis assists a business to assess the internal and external business environment. Okay, so that's what we are talking about. When we look at strength and weakness, that is internal. When we look at opportunities and threats, that is external. So the answer there is true. Okay, the correct answer there is true. Okay, sorry. So the correct answer there is true. Okay, then we come to this question, which is question 2, which is as follows. The question is, employing qualified and skilled workers is considered as a threat of a business. Okay, so if you employ qualified and skilled workers, is it going to threaten your work? No, it's going to uplift your work. It's not going to threaten your work. So that means employing skilled employees is an advantage. So this statement of saying it will threaten your business, that is false. Okay, in fact, we need to employ skilled employees as well as qualified employees. So having qualified and skilled employees is an advantage. Okay, 3, making high quality goods is a strength of an organization. Yes, that is true. That is true. If you are making high quality goods, that will be your strength. So that is true, so we write the word true there. Okay, all right, so good quality will be your strength if you are making sure you're making good quality goods. Okay, opening a business where there are many other competitors of the business is an opportunity for business. Okay, this one is a bit tricky because with education, financial education that we get, we need to be very careful. Opening a business where there are many other competitors of the business is an opportunity of business. Okay, so when there are many, that means there are so many goods that are chasing few people. Okay, if you have got a lot of competitors, let's say you are dealing with cooking oil and there are a lot of people or shops or businesses that are selling cooking oil, that means if you add another one, that means the same number of people who buy cooking oil, now they have an extra option, that is you. And that means many people selling cooking oil, but the same number of people buying cooking oil. So that one is not true. That is false. Okay, so there are some times where people, they say, you want to establish a business, open where there are competitors. Okay, that one is also true, but in this scenario, this one is not true. Okay, we come to selling low grade goods to customers is a weakness of a business. Yes, that is true. If you are selling poor products, that is the weakness of the company. So when you are dealing with products, you make sure you maximize the product that you offer. If it's a school, make sure you provide quality education. If it's you are selling any goods, you make sure you provide good products. Okay, so what I want to encourage you is to join the WhatsApp group that we have formed. The essence of that WhatsApp group is to maximize the chances of passing. So make sure join the WhatsApp group and let's maximize the chances of passing. We come to question 1B, and question 1B was as follows. Limpo's monthly expected income and expenses. Limpo's monthly expected income and expenses. Salary 8,500, groceries 6,500, transport expenses 1,500, rentals from tenants 2,500. Okay, so these are expected incomes and expenses. So the actual question is required to prepare Limpo's budget. Okay, we need to prepare a budget for Limpo. So basically, before we go ahead and prepare a budget, let's understand what is a budget. Okay, what is a budget? A budget is a financial plan that estimates income and expenses over a specific period to help manage money effectively. Okay, that is a budget. So if you want to manage your money effectively, you're going to draft a budget. Okay, so in other words, I'm saying a budget is a structured estimate of how much money you expect to earn and spend during a set time. Okay, a set time. So you can make a budget for a week, for a month, for quarter of a year, for a period of a year, even 10 years. Okay, so that is a budget. A budget is a plan, a structured plan that contains what you expect as income and expenses in course of that set time. Okay, so why do we need to prepare a budget when we already know what we are going to use money for? Okay, so we need to prepare a budget because it helps us to organize and control financial resources. Okay, if there is one challenging factor in life is managing finances, is one of the things that are so challenging. Okay, so if you don't have a budget, you won't be organized in the way you spend your money. and you always land into debts or out of money. Okay, so why is the budget important? Why are you even talking about having a budget? First of all, one of the importance of the budget is it helps a person to set goals. Okay, so if you have got financial goals, there is something you want to achieve. If you make a budget, it will always align you with your financial goals. Okay, like saving for school, investing in a business, or anything, or reducing debt if you are in debt. So if you are making a budget, it will help you to achieve your goals, okay, compared to when you don't make budgets. Okay, and again, apart from that, like I said earlier on, it helps you to achieve your goal through controlling your spending. So the second point is it helps to control your spending. Okay, so if you have got money for transport and the money you budgeted has finished, don't go into any other area. So start improvising. If it's working, you start working. You start waking up early, going for work or going to school. That way, then you are following the budget you made. Okay, the other one is it also helps you to allocate where your money should be put. Okay, if you don't make budgets, if you don't make budgets, you end up finding that what is important for you is not bought. Okay, you spend the money on things that were not necessary. Okay, the other thing is it also helps you to be financially stable. Okay, so regular budgeting builds discipline and helps avoid financial stress or surprises. Okay, so those are the I've talked about 4 benefits of budget. Okay, 4 advantages of budgeting. So you can give me others which I have not mentioned in the comment section. Now let's go to types of budget. There are some types of budget. Some of them are personal budget, business budget, government budget. Okay, so those are the 3 I can give you for 3 types of budget. Okay, so when I talk about personal budget, this is used by individuals or families to manage household finances. When you talk about business budget, this helps the company forecast, review, manage costs, and plan for growth. This one is used by the company. Government allocates public funds to sectors like health, education, and infrastructure. So for them to know how they allocate the money, they usually budget. Okay, so how is the budgeting process? First of all, you estimate the income. Once you estimate the income, then you list the expenses. Okay, so why am I saying you estimate the income? For sure, you don't know exactly the money that will come, but you have idea of the money that will come into your account. So you make an estimate of the money that will come. Then set priorities. Decide what is essential and what can be reduced. So you identify the needs and the wants. 4, track and adjust the budget. So after making the budget and everything, you start spending, start tracking and making adjustments, okay, to the budget if needed arises. Okay, so I've talked about that because it's revision. I've talked what a budget is, the importance of budget, and types of budgets. So now let's go ahead and prepare impulse budget. Okay, so to prepare impulse budget, we are going to start first, give it a heading, which is it's going to be called impulse budget. Okay. Okay, that will be the name, impulse budget. Let me put it in red. Then here I'm going to write details. Okay, okay, then here let me just do this. Then here I'm going to put K N okay. N from ways, okay. So I'm just going to put them in blue like that, okay. So let's start with the income first. Let's talk about the income. So we are talking about income because that's what will determine the budget. When you have an estimate of the income that you're going to have, then you can now draft the expenses, okay, and that will determine the kind of expenses you have and how much they will cost. Is the income that you expect. So let's start with the salary. So the salary that you expect is 8,500. Okay. Sorry, that is 85,000 I've written. It should be 8,500. Then that is on invoice we have nothing. Okay. Then again, the other income we expect is groceries, that is expenditure, transport expenses, that is expenditure, rentals from tenants, that is income. So the other one is we expect rentals, so we can say rentals is how much? It's 2,500, so we put 2,500. Okay, so now what we can do now, once we have found this, next we find the total income. So what we can say, total income. Okay, so to find the total income, what you can do is we just add that. So when you add 8,500 plus 2,500 will give us 11,000. So our total income will be 11,000. Okay, so 11,000 is the total income. So we can even put that one in green, okay, like that. Okay, so that is the total income. Now once we've found the total income, the next thing we're going to do is now we are going to find the total expenses. So what we're going to do is we're going to write expenses there. Expenses. So how much are the expenses? So what items are expenses? We have got groceries, so we can write groceries there. Okay, how much is groceries? So groceries, that is 6,500. So we're going to write 6,500. Okay, 6,500, that is one of the expenses. And we also have transport expenses, okay, which is 1,500. So we also talk about transport. Okay, so transport is 1,500. Okay, so what we can do now, once we have found this, then we find the total of this total expenses. So we can see total expenses, which is equal to, so when we add 6,500 plus 1,500 will give us 8,000 kwacha. Okay, 8,000 kwacha is the total expenses of, it's the total expenses of that particular month. So okay, now once we have entered that, then the next thing we can do is now we have the total expense, which is 8,000, and the total income, which is 11,000. So for us to determine whether the budget is has a deficit or a surplus, we just compare the total income and the total expenses. So if the total income is bigger than the total expenses, that means the budget is in surplus. So when we look at that, we know 11,000 is bigger than 8,000, so we have got a surplus. So we can say what is the surplus? So we can find the surplus by which is by subtracting the expenses from the income. So when we say 11,000 minus 8,000 will give us 3,000. So 3,000 is the surplus of this budget. So Limpo's budget has a surplus of 3,000. Okay, so this money he can save it. He can save this money, or he can just put it in bonds. He can also buy bonds and invest. Okay, so it is in surplus. So we have that. Okay, so that is the surplus he had. So the surplus is 3,000 kwacha. Okay, so basically this is how you go about the preparing a budget. Please, if you have got a question, I'm here to answer the questions. That's why I'm doing these videos. Please make sure you ask in the comment section. We come to question C, which is as follows. Siame, there it should be Siame, not Slim. Siame JK, who is a bank customer of JDK Bank Limited, was issued with a debit card number 36001429 on 1st January 2024 to be used up to 26 December 2035. Okay, so the actual question is, we are required to fill in a debit card. Okay, we're required to fill in a debit card. So before we start filling in the debit card, the question is, what is a debit card? Okay, so a debit card is a payment card that lets you spend money directly from your bank account. So that is a debit card. Okay, it is a payment card that lets you spend money direct from your bank account. That is a debit card. So key features that you find on a debit card are that the debit card is linked to your account. Okay, so the debit card is linked to your account. So as you spend the money, you should know that you are using the money that is in your account. Okay, so when you withdraw money, that means you are withdrawing from your bank account. So don't treat a debit card as a different account. Okay, a debit card is also used for purchases and ATM withdrawal. So the key feature that you also find in debit card that is that you can also buy things using a debit card where there are swipe points. Okay, if you go to a grocery store, a mall where they have got swipe services, that means you can buy using your debit card. Okay, so the other one is with the debit card there is no borrowing. Okay, it's not a credit card. So meaning with the debit card is that you should first have money in your account. That's when you are able to use the debit card. Okay, so it's different from your credit card. Okay, so here you don't borrow money. Here you use the money that is you put in your bank account or someone sent in your bank account. Okay, so the other feature is that you should know that a debit card is PIN protected. So when you're using a debit card, the debit card should have a PIN. Okay, that protects your account. So which means the PIN of your debit card should only be known by you. If I know your PIN, that means I can use your debit card. Okay, so those are the key features that you should know about the debit card. Now let's answer the question. Okay, the question is asking us to fill in the debit card. So let me go through the question again. Okay, which is that one is not Slim but Siame. Siame JK, who is a bank customer of JDK Bank Limited, was issued with a debit card number 36001429 on 1st January 2024 to be used up to 26 December 2035. Required is, we are required to fill in a debit card. So let's fill in the debit card. So here on top, there is a space here on top. What is there is the name of the company. So the name of the company is JDK, okay, Bank Limited. Okay, so that is the name of the company. Okay, so here where it's written card number, so we just get the actual card number that we can see here. Okay, so the card number is here. Okay, so even the name, I got it from here. This is the name of the bank, so that's the one I got. So the card number, we get it from there. So the card number is 3600 14 29 0. Okay, 29 0. Okay, so that is the card number. Okay, so now we go to the second point, which is varied from. Okay, so here when we say varied from, we are talking about the date, that is when it was issued. Okay, so it was issued on 1st January 2024. So that is the date that we put there, which are going to say 1st January 2024. Okay, when is it going to expire? Okay, so we can see that we are told to be used up to 26 December 2035. Okay, so here what we can do now is we write the expiring date, which is 26 December. So we can say 26 December. Okay, 26 December 2035. So 2035. Okay, now because they are, let me just reduce the size of the fonts. Okay, so 26 December 2035 is the expiring date. Okay, now we come to card order. So on card order, we put the name of the person. So there, even if it is written Slam, it should be Siame. So there we write the name of the order, which is Siame. Okay, Siame, that is Siame JK. Okay, Siame JK. Okay, that is Siame JK. All right. Okay, so that is that's how we fill in the debit card. Okay, or that is how the debit card appears. So those are the details you'll find on the debit card. So there are no account number. There is specifically there is your name, but there is no account number. Okay, so basically that's how you fill the debit card. Okay, please make sure you join our join our WhatsApp group. The link is in the comment section, sorry, in the description section. So please make sure you check there and get the link. Click on the link and it will take you to the WhatsApp group. Join that group and then let's revise together. Okay, we come to section C. Section C has got 45 marks. Okay, so this section has got 45 marks. That's what we're going to be working for in this section. So let's answer the questions, but before I answer the questions, let's go through the instructions. The instructions are as follows. Answer all the questions in this section. Write your answers in the space provided. So in this section, we're going to answer all the questions. There is no question that we are going to leave out, and then we are going to record our answers in the same question paper, and the space will be provided for that question. Okay, so for me, I have edited this page. I've edited the question paper so that I can just show you how to answer. But what is there is at every question there will be an instruction where you're going to find the frame. So please make sure you read the instructions where the frame will be found. So let's see if we are going to be finding those instructions. So let's go to question 1A, which is Chabota Limited managed its pet cash through an in-place system of 5,000 per month in the year 2020. The transactions that happened in January 2020 were on 4th January, bought newspapers for the office for 500 kwacha. Okay. The second transaction happened at 9th July, where the company bought fuel for the car, which was worth 1,000 kwacha. On January 10th, the company paid wages to cleaners 1,400 kwacha. Okay, so the actual question is there where it's written required. So we are required using the table on page 9. So the table will be on page 9 for this one, the one I'm referring to as a flame. The table will be on page 9. That's why I'm going to record your answer. Prepare a pet cash book with the following analysis columns: 1. Office expenses, wages, and fuel expenses, showing the February in-placed value. So we should also show February in-placed value. So before we go ahead and answer the questions, so there are terms that we need to understand. First of all, what is an impressed? Okay, so an impressed in business is a fixed amount of money set aside for small routine expenses, most commonly used in paid cash systems. That is an impressed. The small amount of money set aside for small routine expenses. That is an impressed. So what is an impressed system? Okay, what is an impressed system? Okay, so an impressed system is a method of managing paid cash where a business allocates a specific amount. So it can be, for example, the 5,000 we are given here. Okay, so what happens is there will be a paid cashier where this 5,000 will be given. Okay, who is going to handle that? Okay, this amount is used to cover minor expenses like transport, stationery, or refreshments. At the end of the period, the cashier is reimbursed exactly the amount spent. Okay, restoring the fund to its original level. So if in the month of January there was some expenses that were made, like 500 and 1,000, so it's about 2,900. So at the end of the month of February, the company will find that 2,900 was used. So what the company will do is will add back 2,900, so that they make 5,000. So what happens is the company will just be giving you what has been used. If the whole 5,000 kwacha has been used up, all of it, that means the company will give you 5,000. But if you just use the 100 kwacha, that means the company will give you 100 kwacha for the month of February, so that you continue doing the thing. So that's how it works. Okay, so what we need to understand is that fixed amount is given to the paid cashier. So if your company say our in-place system will be at 1,000 or 10,000, that means every month the paid cashier will be given the amount that is agreed. For instance, it's 10,000, that the petty cashier will be given 10,000 every month. If the petty cashier has used some money, then the difference of 10,000 and the money that is remaining will be added to make it 10,000 every at the beginning of the month. Okay, then every expense is recorded and supported by receipt or voucher. That is what is accountability and having evidence of transaction. The other thing you need to bear in mind is at the end of the month, that's when you calculate the total expenses, and well as the petty cashier, then fund is replenished, which this is what I'm talking about. Okay, then let's go and talk about we have talked about in-place. Now let's talk about the benefits of in-place system. It controls spending. Only a fixed amount is available, so it controls spending. So you just say on small things we're going to be spending 10,000 per month. That way it is controlled. Okay, then the other one is it simplifies accounting. Instead of recording even every smaller things in the many cash books, then you in the books where you're supposed to record, then you record these things in the petty cash book. Then later on you record everything as in one. As you enter, you record every transaction as in one. Okay, and it also improves transparency. It also improves transparency and it reduces fraud. Okay, so regular reconciliation discourages misuse. So it also okay. So where do we use petty cash books? Okay, where is imprest used? Sorry, where is imprest used? So imprest is used in petty cash books, expenses tracking in small department, school or office administration, field operation with limited access to banking. So if you have got limited access to banking, you can use this system whereby you just carry your cash and then you start spending, since it will be just small amount of money. Okay, now I've talked about imprest. Let me talk about what is a petty cash book. Because I want to prepare a petty cash book. So what is a petty cash book? Okay, so a petty cash book is a special accounting record used to track small everyday business expenses paid in cash. Okay, so when you're paying things in cash, you use petty cash books to record those small transactions. Okay, so what is a what is the purpose? This one I said earlier on, the purpose is just for frequent expenses, small frequent expenses. Okay, so expenses can be like these ones: office teas or snacks, bus fares or taxi charges, stationery like pen, papers, etc., cleaning supplies. Okay, if you have things that concerns cleaning, then you want to buy those small things. Fuel for errands, if your driver runs out of fuel and you want to do a certain errand, that means you can use the petty cash book section, the in-place system, to do that. So also newspaper or postage, you use this system. Okay, so now who manages this? Okay, the person responsible for handling petty cash and the recording transaction is called a petty cashier. So a petty cashier is the one that is in charge. They receive a fixed amount of money called imprest, and they use this money. Okay, so how does it work? Okay, under the in-place system, the petty cashier is given a set amount of money. As they spend money, they record each transaction in the petty cash book. At the end of the period, the total spent is reimbursed, like I said earlier on, it's paid back. Okay, structure of the petty cash book. So what it is it has usually columns, including for data and details and voucher numbers and the analysis column. Okay, so why is it useful? Why is it useful? So now let me talk about column before I go anywhere. Column depends on what is those items you buy mostly. Okay, why is it useful? It keeps small expenses organized and easy to audit. It saves time and deep paperwork for minor transactions. It helps prevent misuse of cash. Those are the importance of petty cash book. Okay, I've talked about a lot of things, so now let's go and answer the questions. Okay, let's go and answer the question. So what we do here, what we're going to do here is we're going to write the name of the petty cash. So this name is for the company of Chabota, so we can say we can call it Chabota. So let me say Chabota's petty cash book. Chabota's petty cash book. Okay, so that's the name of the cash book. That is Chabota's petty cash book. Okay, then the other thing is what we do is now we write here what we're going to write is date. So we write date. Okay, after we record date, let me just make my fonts to be a bit smaller so that they can fit. Okay, then here what we're going to have is details. Okay, what we're going to have is details. Then here what we're going to have is forward F. Okay, then here we're going to put amount received. So here we're going to write amount. Okay, so I'll just write shortcut for amount, then received. Okay, because of space, I'm just going to write that. Okay, so it's already, so I'll just say amount received. Then there, what is there is I'm going to put there I'm going to write amount spent. Okay, here I'm going to write amount. Then, like I said earlier on, because of space, I'm going to spend. Okay, then again here I'm going to write office expenses. Okay, so why am I saying office expenses? You can see that he bought newspapers for the office, and as in the question we are told to have those so office expenses. Okay, then after that we're going to have office expenses, then we have wages. Okay, we have wages. Okay, that way it can fit there. Then the last item we have is fuel expenses. So we have fuel expenses. So sorry that I'm writing shorthand or short form. Okay, so where did I get all these? We can see that we are told okay, prepare a petty cash book with the following analysis columns: office expenses, wages, okay, fuel expenses. So those are the things you can see. I just have amount received and amount spent. Then the rest, these are determined, they're even there in the question: office expense, wages, and fuel. So these are the words I got there. Okay, so now once I've done that, the next thing I'm going to do is I'm going to come here, and then I'm going to enter the unit, the amount, the kwacha sign, as well as the ngwe sign. Okay, so okay, okay, so like that. So what I'll do, I'll just put them a bit up there. Okay, okay, so those are for money units. Then once I've done that, what I can do now on date, that is 2020. So I'm just going to write 2020 on top there, so that I don't repeat writing 2020, so that you are very sure that the year it happened is 2020, like that. Okay, then once I've done that, I've got details. So first, that is on 1st January. So I want to record how much was given. So we are told it's a in place of 5,000. It's an in place system of 5,000. So they release every year 5,000. So on 1st January, the month that was released was 5,000. So that one we're going to call it impressed. Okay, so impressed. How much was the money received? So we are told the money received is 5,000. They have an impress system of 5,000. So I'm going to write 5,000 there like that. Then once I've recorded 5,000, next what I'm going to do is I'm going to talk about transactions that really happened. So after they received money for an impress of 5,000, what really happened is they started on 4th. They started spending the money. Okay, a company started spending the money. Okay, so on 4th there was a transaction that was made, and the transaction is they bought newspapers for 500 kwacha. Sorry, so we can say on 4th January. Okay, on 4th January, there was a transaction that happened, which is newspapers. So they bought newspapers. So what you can do is you can write the word newspaper. Okay, newspaper. And how much was the newspaper? We are going to record the cost of newspaper. It will be under office, which is 500. So it will be under office. However, not only under office, it will also be under expenses. Okay, so that is, it will also be under expenses. Okay, sorry. So that is the transaction for office, but it will also be under expenses. So money that was spent. Okay, then once we have entered that, the next transaction that happened is after newspaper, fuel, which was bought on 7th January. Fuel was bought on 9th. Sorry, it was bought on 9th January, not 7th but 9th January. Okay, so 9th January, that's what I can see. Okay, so in the question, sorry, it should be 9th, but it should be 7th there, not 9th. Okay, let's go with the date. The dates are not very important. So I can say it was 9th January. Okay, so what we can do now is we can now enter that is 9th one. Okay, then what was bought is fuel. So we write fuel. Okay, so under expense we are going to write how much was spent on fuel. We can see that is 1,000. Okay, that is under expenses. So even here we put zeros, then we go up to fuel expense. There we also put 1,000. Okay, then on 10th there was an expense of wages. So on 10th there was an expense of wages. Okay, so we write there, we're going to write wages. Okay, so wages will also be under expenses, which is 1,400 kwacha. Okay, then it will be on wages here on this column. So we say 1,400, then okay, we say 00. Then what we do now, once we have done this, that means we have entered all the transactions. Okay, we have entered all the transactions. So what can happen here is we are dealing with the 5,000. We are dealing with 5,000. So now, if this was the expenses that was made the entire month, these are the only expenses that were made the entire month. So we are preparing this. We are not given the date when we are preparing. So which means we are preparing. Maybe we are preparing on the month end. So we can say 31 of February, sorry, 31 of January, not February, okay, 31 of the month January. So when you are writing the date, the instructions you are given when you are preparing the impress, they will tell you when. So you write the date of preparing the impress. If you are preparing on 10th, you can put 10th there. Okay, so after the amount, so we have spent the money, so we are given 5,000. What is the balance? So we write balance. Okay, we want to know the balance. Okay, so the balance that will be carried down or forward. So the balance that will be carried down, so we can say balance carried down, okay, will be how much. So we come here where it is written amount expenses. So for us, we can get a calculator and calculate. Since we have recorded the use of 2,900, the expenditure of 2,900, then that means the balance will be 1,000 or 2,100, which it will be 2,100. That's a difference of 5,000 and 2,900. Okay, now once we have written the balance like that, which is balance carried down, then what we can do now is we can now find the total. Okay, so what we do now is we find the total. So to find the total, what I'll do is I'm going to use a different color because I don't have the capability of drawing lines. So I'm just going to use a different color so that it shows the difference. Okay, so now what we are doing now here is we want to find the total. So here under this one, we have got 5,000, so it's only 5,000 that is there on top, so we just write 5,000. Under my amount received, we just have 5,000. Then under amount spent, we also have 5,000, but before I write that, let me write this. So we have we have 00. Okay, okay, then on here we have got 5,000 as well, since we add 2,900 plus 2,000 to be 5,000. Okay, then what we do, we have 00. So when we add 2,900 plus 2,100 will give us that amount. Then once we have zeros there, so there what do we have? We just have the expense of 500 kwacha, so we write 500 kwacha. Then here what do we have here? Okay, okay, here we have got just the expense of 500 kwacha, and you have just an expense of 1,000. So I can easily code that. Okay, so here we have got the only expense we have here is let me check, that is 1,400. Okay, so the only expense we have there is 1,400. Okay, so I'm going to record that one as well, that is 1,400. Then here we have got 00. Then here we have got 1,000 there, so we record 1,000. Okay, like that. Okay, so now we have found the totals. So let me just choose the color that will suit there. Okay, so I'm going to use the green color there. Okay, so I've got the total of 5,000 on amount received and amount spent, so 2,100, and then it gives us that 5,000, and just like that. Okay, now once we have done this, okay, remember we are learning to, so once we have done this, the next thing now is we're going to talk about balance. Okay, balance brought down. So that is on 1st October, on February, sorry, 1st February. Okay, 1st February, we talk about balance. Okay, balance brought down. So we have balance brought down. Okay, so balance brought down is the amount that was remaining from 5,000 kwacha is 2,100. Okay, so we write it there. Okay, then that is balance brought down. So what we do now here is, once we have written balance brought down, so what will be the in place? So I told you that when the money has been used, in the in place system, there will be again adding the difference of what is remaining. So remaining 2,100. So what will happen is, on the same day, which is 1 February, there will be an impressed, okay, the money that will be given to the impressed system of the company. That is the difference, the difference of the amount that is there. So there will be impressed that will be given. Okay, so since 2,100 has been used, what will happen there? 2,900 has been used. So the company will give the difference of what is remaining to make it 5,000. So that will be impress that will be given easy 2,900. This is the amount that was used from the previous impressed. Okay, so that is 2,500 that will be given. Now once 2,500 is given, that will land the company to have a total of 5,000. Okay, that will land the company to have a total of 5,000. So here what happens is, let me just see, change the color of the font. Let me use blue here. Okay, okay, so what happens is, now you add the total here, which is going to give us 2,100 plus 2,900 will give us 5,000. Okay, so that will be the 5,000 there. Okay, so that is the answer. Okay, so like this, I've prepared a petty cash book. Now let me just put this one in green as well, so that you are very sure that totals are in green. So this is how you prepare a petty cash book. Okay, if you have got questions, you can ask in the comment section, but basically this is how you prepare a petty cash book like this. Okay, now we come to question 1b, which is as follows. The following transaction took place in the month of June 2015. Okay, so we have got 12 June where purchased goods on credit, that is 4,500, and on 27 June cash purchase, that is 380 kwacha. Okay, what are we required to prepare? So we are required to prepare the purchase account. Okay, so before we go ahead and prepare a purchase account, here is just some words on purchase account. So what is purchase account? A purchase account is an accounting record used to track all goods bought by a business for resale or production during a specific period. It is typically used in the periodic inventory system. Okay, now the question is, what does the purchase account records? Okay, what does it record? The purchase account records the cost of goods bought either on credit or for cash that are intended for resale or use in the production. Okay, so it includes the record of purchase of raw materials, the record of finished goods, okay, goods that you intend to use in the production or in the you want to resell. Merchandise inventory, freight or carriage inwards if included in the purchase cost. Okay, so how does it work? Debit the purchase account when goods are bought. Okay, debit the account when goods are bought. Credit the relevant account, okay, that is creditor's account if you bought on credit, cash or bank account if bought on cash. Okay, so that is what you need to understand on purchase account. Now let's prepare the purchase account. So first, what we're going to do is we're going to name it. So this is purchase account. So we have no name of a person, so we are going to say purchase account, purchase account. Okay, purchase account. Okay, then next, what do we do? This is the name of the account we are preparing, that is purchase account. Next, we're going to put date there, so we write date. Okay, so once we have written date there, the next thing we're going to do is we're going to write details in this column. So we say details. Okay, then next what we do is we're going to write here, we're going to put forward. Okay, then we're going to put debit there. Okay, then we're going to write credit there. Okay, okay, now once we've done that, the next thing we're going to do is, now we have entered those, so let me just use blue. Then what we're going to do is now we enter here the kwacha and ngwe signs in each column. So we are going to put ngwe there. Okay, that is for kwacha sign and that is for ngwe sign. So where we have ngwes, we will be recording them in those columns where I have put in. So now what I'm going to do on date, these transactions were happening in 2015, so I'm going to write 2015 there. Okay, 2015 there. Okay, then when was the transaction? It was done on 12 June, so we're going to say 12 June, that is the 6th month. So 12 June, what really happens during 12 June? Now we should agree that purchase goods on credit, this is also recorded in purchase journal. So we can even write the word purchase journal, purchase journal. That's where that transaction is coming from, purchase journal. Okay, then how much was used? So that is when you buy things on credit, you record them in purchase journal, and then that is now that was 4,500, so we're going to write 4,500. Okay, then next we're going to enter that is the next transaction happened on 27 June, so we say 27 June. Okay, so what happened there on 27 June, what really happened is there was buying of goods worth 380, which was cash. So we are going to also enter 380 there. Okay, all right, so those were the transactions that took place. Okay, so now once we have entered this, then what do we do next is we find the total. So the total we're going to get is going to be called the balance. Okay, the balance carried down. So that is, we say balance so this one is done on 30th. Sorry, I didn't even put the date. 30th June. Okay, that will be recorded on 30th June at the end of the month. Okay, so 30th June. Okay, so the total is so when you add that, it's going to give us 4,880 kwacha. Okay, that is the total, 4,880 kwacha. Okay, so that is the balance carried down. Did I even write the word carried down? No, so I have to indicate C D there. Okay, balance carried down. Okay, like that. Okay, so the total is 4,880 kwacha. Okay, so that was the balance carried down. Okay, then once you do this, then the next thing we can do is now we write the totals that is going to be here. So we write the total, which is 4,080. When you add that, okay, that means even that column there is a total of 4,880. Okay, then let me use a different color, so that is okay. So what is supposed to happen is this. What really is supposed to happen is this. Sorry, I don't have a ruler so that I can draw a better line. So here there should be a line and here there should be a line. Okay, like this. Okay, then once we have done that, then the next thing we do is now we write balance brought down. Okay, so balance brought down, that will be on 1st July. Okay, 1st July, that will be balance brought down. Okay, so we say balance okay, that is balance brought down. Okay, so how much will be that? That will be 4,800. So we say 4,880 will be balance brought down, like that. Okay, so there will be some zeros here as well. Okay, okay, let me use the different ink. Okay, like that, balance brought down. Let me use the capital letters here. Okay, so like that. Okay, so let me just move these lines because they are not neat, but these are the transactions. This is how you enter the transactions. I'm yet to find where I can draw straight line, how I can draw the straight lines, but basically this is how you do it. Okay, this is how you do it. Okay, if there are questions, please don't hesitate to ask in the comment section. If there are no questions, basically this is how we go about it. Okay, we come to question 2 of section C, which is as follows. Tandiwe prepared the following trial balance with several mistakes which failed to agree. Okay, so you can take time and look at the trial balance that Tandiwe prepared. I hope they are visible enough. We have got trial balance for the year ended 30th September 2020. Details, so we have got details there. We have got F there, debit and credit. We have got K for kwacha and N for ngwezi, K for kwacha and N for ngwezi. So during the entries, Tandiwe, when he entered machinery, he debited the transaction. Creditors, he debited the transaction. Sales, he credited the transaction. Purchases, the person that was doing this debited the purchases, carriage debited the carriage inwards, or credited the carriage inwards, and sales returns credited the sales returns, purchases returns he credited, discount received also credited that transaction or debited that transaction. So purchase return and discount received were debited. So the total were 62,839 and 40,239. So the trial balance couldn't balance. So what we required is redraft the trial balance correctly, use the table on page 11. So they're telling us even the table will be, that is for you students. Now for me, I've come up with this so that as we do the entries, you are able to see both the trial balance and the trial balance that has mistakes and the trial balance we're entering. In fact, the details of the transactions are coming from this wrongly entered trial balance. So let me talk about trial balance before we go any further. So what is a trial balance? So a trial balance is a financial report that lists all the ledger account balances of a business at a specific date. Okay, it shows debit and credit to check if they are equal. Okay, so that is what you can also understand. Okay, so the other thing we can talk about is what is the purpose of trial balance. The purpose of trial balance is to check the mathematical accuracy of the ledger. So if the calculations are done properly in the ledgers, that's the purpose of trial balance, to check. The other one is to detect errors according to posting a transaction, okay, according to the recorded and the post transactions, to serve as a basis for preparing the income statement and balance sheet. Okay, so those are the purpose of trial balance. Okay, now how is the structure? So trial balance typically includes account name, e.g. cash, sales and or purchases, and the other thing is it has got debit balances and credit balances. Okay, so those are the two structures that a trial balance should have. Those are the structures that a trial balance should have. Okay, so I'm not going to go into details because the task ahead is to redraft the trial balance. So let's start without wasting time. Now, first of all, you need to give the name of the trial balance you are doing. So the name is the name of the trial balance we want to do is Tandiwe trial balance as at 31st September 2020. Okay, so here what we enter is details. Okay, here we're going to enter details. Okay, let me just write them in capital letter. Okay, details. Okay, so there we're going to enter details. Then this here we're going to have debit. Okay, there you see debit. Okay, and then here we are going to have credit. We are going to have credit. Okay, so okay, credit. Let me just put C in capital letters, and then here down here we are going to have kwacha sign. Okay, we are going to have kwacha sign. And then there we are going to have ngwe sign, and here we are going to have kwacha sign, and there we are going to have ngwe sign. Okay, so what I can do is just to lift it a bit so that they can be in that line. Okay, like that. Okay, now once we have entered those details, what we can do now, we can go to the transaction. So we have machinery. So before we write what we should do with machinery was debited. Is it supposed to be debited or credited? Okay, is it supposed to be debited or credited? So when we have got machinery, or the balance that comes from machinery has to be debited. So we can say machinery. So let me, okay, machinery. Okay, so machinery will be debited, which is 21,500. Okay, it will be entered like that. Okay, next what we have is okay, so okay, we have machinery there. Next what we have is creditors. So creditors, are they supposed to be the entry, the transaction of creditors is supposed to be debited? No, it should be credited. So we can say creditors what will happen to creditors is creditors will be credited, which is 8,757. So we have 8,755. Is that what I'm seeing? Yes, it's 7,800. Okay, 8,755 will be credited. Okay, now what next is we have now creditors. We have recorded, we have collected creditors. She made a mistake on creditors, which she debited, but it's supposed to be credited. Then we come to sales. So sales, she credited. So what is supposed to be done with sales? Sales should be credited. So she did a right job there. So we can say sales. Okay, sales. So sales should be credited. Okay, sales should be credited. Okay, so how much is on sales? So you're saying 25,750. 25,750. Okay. Okay. All right. Okay. So that's how it should, the transaction should be. Then purchases. Let me first write the word purchases. Okay, so purchases, are they supposed to be the records of purchases? What did she do with purchases? She debited. Is it supposed to be debited? Yes, so she also did the right job here. So we have 15,550. Okay, so like that. Okay, so the entry for purchases was well done. We come to carriage inwards. So let me write the word carriage inwards. Carriage inwards. So carriage inwards, how did she enter carriage inwards? She credited. So is carriage inward supposed to be credited? No, it should be debited. So let's debit that amount, which is 7,890. 7,890. So it says 7,890. Okay, like that. Then okay, first let me do this a bit. Okay, 90, like that. Okay, now after entering carriage inwards, which is 7,890, we come to, after carriage inwards, we come to sales returns. Sales returns. Okay, so sales returns. Okay, sales returns. So what did she do with sales returns? That was credited. Are we supposed to credit the sales return? No, sales returns are supposed to be debited. So we have got 6,000. Okay, 6,599 kwacha. 99 kwacha. Okay, so sales should be debited, not credited. So she made a mistake there. Okay, now again we come to, after sales returns, we come to purchases return. Okay, so purchases returns purchases returns. Okay, so what happens with purchases or returns? Are we supposed to debited? Are we supposed to debit or credited? Okay, so purchases returns are supposed to be credited. So 5,784 will be credited. Okay, so 5,784 will be credited. Okay, will be credited. Okay, like that. Okay, all right. Okay, then we come to discount received. So let's write the last entry, which is discount received. Okay, discount received is 250. Okay, okay, 11,250, that was the discount received, and it should be our question is how is it supposed to be recorded? It should be credited. I don't know what has happened with me. Even purchases, I said it should be credited, but I recorded it in debit. Sorry. Should be credited. Sorry. This should be credited. I'm sorry, I don't know where my mind is. Okay, I'm sorry, I'm preoccupied. Sorry, should be debited. So purchases return should be credited. Discount received should also be credited. So for her, she debited. That was wrong. What is she supposed to do is credit the transactions. Okay, so this is how you do it. Okay, now once we have entered all the transactions and we have entered the way they are supposed to be entered. Now if we enter the transactions properly, we don't have to worry. Anytime we try to find the answer, or we find the total sum of the amounts that we, or of the transaction we have entered, will match. Let me get the calculator here. Let me find the calculator. Okay, we have a calculator here. Now let's calculate that. We have got 21,500 plus 15,550 kwacha plus 7,890, then plus 6,599, like that. Okay, then it gives us the total, which is 51,539. So let's write that total here. Okay, 51,539. I'm sure this is the total we got. So I'm going to write like that. Okay, like that. Okay, now let's find the total as well on this side. So let's go to our calculator again. Okay, so I'm going to cancel everything. Then I start 8,755 plus 25,750. Okay, 25,750 plus 5,784 plus we have 5,784 11,250, 11,250. Okay, like that. Then we find the total. We're going to get the total, which is 51,539. So the total we found is 51,539. Okay, then again we indicate the 2 zeros there. Okay, like that. Okay, so that is the, now we have balanced the trial balance. Now since we have gotten the totals which are equal on credit and debit account, on credit column and debit we have gotten the same numbers, the same amount, that means our trial balance has balanced and our entries are collectively done. Okay, so basically that's how we go about it. If you have got questions, you can ask in the comment section, but this is how you feel you draw the trial balance. We come to question 3. The following details were extracted from the books of M. Chisara on 31st December 2020. Okay, so I've got discount received 30,600, discount allowed 15,000 kwacha, general expenses, that is 42,000, machinery 4,100, office equipment 2,500, insurance 10,250 kwacha, and we have carriage outwards, that is 20,080 kwacha. Then we have cash in hand 26,450 kwacha. Then we have after cash in hand we have got bank overdraft, that is 13,160. Then we have gross profit, which is 40,480, and we have debtors, which is 23,550. We have creditors, which is 16,810, and then we have capital, which is 39,670, and we have drawings, which is 8,040 kwacha, and we have lent received, that is 11,250 kwacha. So what are we required to do? So we're required to prepare the profit and loss account, where we are also directed where the frame for the loss and profit account is, the table is. Okay, then we also need to draw up the balance sheet. So that is, those are the two things that we are supposed to do. So first of all, let me start with the profit and loss account. So that's the one I'm going to prepare right now. Let me start with profit and loss account. So before I prepare the profit and loss account, let me talk about what profit and loss account is. A profit and loss account, also known as income statement, is a financial report that shows a business revenue, expenses, net profit or loss over a specific period. Okay, so you are able to tell whether your company made profit or loss once you prepare the profit and loss account. Okay, so what it does, what does it do? So this profit and loss account helps to answer one key question: did the business make profit or a loss during the period? That's the key thing. It just tells us whether we made profit or loss. Okay, so it summarizes the income end, e.g. sales, lent received, discount received. It summarizes the income end. Then also it summarizes the expenses incurred, e.g. purchases, wages, insurance, carriage outwards. All these then are calculated. Okay, so it's about the net loss of total income minus total expenses. Okay, so the key components is that revenue, which is income, expenses. Okay, so those expenses, I can give you examples of revenues are sales, rent received, discount received. Purchases, I can tell you that purchases, some examples of purchases are, expenses are purchases, wages, insurance, carriage outwards, and then the result, which is, it can be a net profit or a net loss. So a net profit is when the income is bigger than the expenses. Net loss is when the expenses are more than the income. Okay, so that's what I can tell you about that. So why is loss and profit important? it shows how well the business is performing. One, that's the importance to see, for us to know how the business is performing. Okay, so it will tell us if you have made a loss or profit. Two, it helps owners and investors to make decisions. So it will help the owner or the investor to make decisions. Three, is used to prepare tax returns and financial statements. Okay, so those are the importance of profit and loss account. Okay, so now next what we need to do is, the work at hand is we need to prepare the profit and loss account from those transactions that we are given. Okay, so first of all, what we're going to do here is to give it a name. So the name of this profit and loss account is Chisala's we can say Chisala's profit and loss that is Chisala's profit and loss account. Okay, so for the month of, or for the year ended, so we can say for the year ended, so that is 31st December, that is 2020. Okay, 2020. Okay, let me just reduce the size of the fonts, okay, so that they can fit there on top. Okay, so that is the name of the profit and loss account we want to prepare. I want to prepare for Chisala. Okay, so now what do we enter here? So here we enter details. So we write details. Okay, all right, then there we'll leave blank. So here down, what we're going to do here is we're going to write the kwacha unit and the Ngwezi unit in those boxes. Okay, so here we'll be writing Ngwezi. Where there is N, we'll be writing Ngwezi. Here we'll be writing there will be writing Ngwezi. There will be writing kwachas. Okay, like that. Okay, now once we have done that, then the next thing we can do is now we start now preparing the we have drawn the flame and we have named it and everything is done. So now what we do is we are going to start entering the transactions. So the first transaction to enter is the gross profit. So we read out gross profit. So let's just look for gross profit. So gross profit is here, that is 40,480. So we enter that transaction first. So we say gross profit Okay, so we are going to enter this gross profit here. So gross profit we said is 40,480. Okay, okay, so that is gross profit. Now next what we enter, so now after we write gross profit, we should come up with the income. So how the income that was made, so we add to gross profit, so we add to gross profit income. Okay, we add to gross profit, we add income. Okay, so let's identify transactions that are incomes. Okay, so we have got discount received. Okay, so that discount received is one of the incomes, so we say discount received. Okay, so we want to find the total first, so we're going to write the total here for discount received, which is the discount received, that is 30,600. So we are going to enter 30,600. Okay, okay, that is the discount received. Discount received is an income, so we add the income first. The other income that we have when we go through the transactions is rent received. Rent received. So we write rent received. Rent received rent received is 11,250. Okay, 11,250. That is the rent received. Okay, then now once we have entered, is there any other transaction that we can say is an income? No. So that's all. So what we need to do is first we need to find the total now for the income, total income. Okay, so what we do is let me draw the line. Okay, okay, let me draw the line. Okay, so my lines are not going to be all that perfect, but I'll try to. Okay, okay, all right. Okay, now once we have drawn these lines, so what you can do is we find the total. So when we add that 30,600 plus 11,200, which how much is it going to give us? It will give us it's going to give us 41,850. So it will give us 41,850, like that. Okay, so that is the okay, then we do this. Then afterwards what we do now is we find the total. Okay, we add the gross and the total income. Okay, so I've just seen, okay, total income. So what we do is we add 40,480 plus 41,852. So that one is going to give us 80. It's going to give us, let me just write this, the total there. It's going to give us 82,330. Okay, 330. So let me put it like this. Okay, so that is the, okay, okay, so this one we can even call it as total income. Okay, this one we can call it as total income, the gross profit plus the income. So that one we have total income. Okay, that is total income. Total income. Okay, so we can come here. Yes, I've noted a mistake, so here it should be income. I don't know how come it was be there. Okay, now once we've entered that, the next thing we can do is now less expenses. So we subtract expenses, so we can say less expenses, less expenses. Okay, so we can go again through the list and check which ones are expenses. We have got discount received, sorry, discount allowed. Discount received is already entered. Now discount allowed, which is 15,000, is an expense, so we write there discount allowed. Okay, how much? That was 15,000, so we're going to enter 15. Okay, we're going to enter 15,000 there. Okay, all right, discount that there. The other one we can identify is general expenses. So we have got general expenses, which is 42,000, so we record that one as well. General expenses. Okay, that which is general expenses is 42,000, so we are going to record 42,000 there. Okay, 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 so general expenses is one of the expenses. Then the other one is insurance. As we go through that, we have got insurance. So insurance, which is 10,250 kwacha. So you see it's insurance. Insurance, we have found that insurance is 10,000, and that is insurance, that is 10,000, 10,250. Okay, that is the insurance, that's amount of insurance, that is 250. That is insurance that was paid. Okay, okay, then we have entered insurance. The other expenses are carriage outwards. So we check, that is carriage outwards, which is 20,080. So we record that carriage outwards. Okay, carriage outwards. Okay, so carriage outwards, we have found that carriage outwards is 20,080. So we record 20,080. Okay, then okay, right. So is there any other expense that we can see? Any other expense? So we can't see any other expenses here. So those are the only expenses. So what we can do is, now we can find the total. So the total expenses, now we make the calculations. So when we add that, okay, so let me just bring the calculator here so that we can add. So when we say 15,000 plus 42,000 plus 10,000. I know I can use the head to add that, but I'm using a calculator because I want to make sure that I'm correct. I find the correct answer. So that's what you need to do as well. Even when you're in exam, please make use of calculators. Okay, calculators are there to make your job easy. So when you add everything, we are going to get 87,333. So that is the total. So I'm going to write that total here. Okay, I'm going to write it here, which is 87,330. If I'm not mistaken, that's the total I got. 87,330. Okay, then what I'm going to do is, now I've found that total. Okay, let me just put the squares there. Okay, then what I can do now is now find the difference of the total income and the total income and the total expenses. Okay, so what I can do is, okay, so what I can do is I can just find the difference. So 82,330 minus 87,330. Okay, so you can see that the expenses are bigger than the income. That means this company made a loss. Okay, so we can write that net loss, not net profit, because the incomes are less than the expenses. So that means the company made a loss. So it's a net loss. Okay, net loss 5,000. Okay, this one I can just use the head and I will find the answer that is correct. Okay, so that is 5,000. Okay, all right, so that was the net loss. Okay, so basically this is how we go about this one. If you have got questions, please don't hesitate to ask in the comment section. But basically this is how you prepare a profit and loss account. So there are so many videos I've done on this topic, answering questions like this one. So please, you can also check other videos on my playlist. Okay, so basically that's how we go about it. Okay, if there are no questions, let's go to the next question. Question 3b, which is asking us to draw up the balance sheet. Okay, so I read through the transactions already, so I'm not going to go through them again. Okay, because as we are preparing to answer question A, I read the transactions. Okay, so now let's talk about what a balance sheet is. So what is a balance sheet? A balance sheet is a financial statement that shows business assets, liabilities, and equity at a specific point in time. It reveals the company's financial position and helps assess its stability and value. Okay, so if you want to know the value of the company, so the balance sheet will be very important. So the key components of a balance sheet are as follows. A balance sheet is structured around the fundamental accounting equation, which is asset is equal to liabilities plus equity. Liabilities plus equities. So here is what each part means. Assets, these are resources owned by the business. Example, cash, inventory, machinery, buildings, accounts receivable. Okay. Then liabilities, what are liabilities? These are obligations the businesses owes to others. Example, loans, account payable, and paid expenses. Okay. So what are equities, or what is equity? This is this represents the owner's interest in the business, includes capital contributed, retained earnings, and drawings. Okay, so that's what you should understand. So I hope you understand what liabilities and what assets are and what equities are. So why is it important to prepare a balance sheet? It's very important to prepare a balance sheet because it shows financial health. So if you want to know the financial health of the company, go to the balance sheet. Assets, if assets are greater than liabilities, then that's how it should be, then that is better. It is also used by investors and lenders to assess risk and value. So if you want to get a loan from the bank will look at the balance sheet of your company. Okay. Then the other one is it supports decision making. Okay, so it helps the planner or the owner to plan properly and make a decision like that. Okay, so basically those are the things that I can talk about in balance sheet. Okay, remember this is revision. I'm trying to be as fast as possible, as well as make sure I deliver the content that is desired. Now let's go and do the task at hand. The task at hand is for us to draw up the balance sheet. So what we're going to do is first, I have a flame already here. I've drawn a flame already. So first let's give it a title of this balance sheet. So we say M Chisala balance sheet. M Chisala's, okay, M Chisala's balance sheet. M Chisala's balance sheet as at 31st December 2020. Okay, 2020. Okay, 2020. So that is the title of the balance sheet. Okay, now once I've done this, the next thing I'm going to do is I'm going to enter, next is the details. Okay, so I'm going to enter details there. Okay, so that's where in this column, that's where I'll be writing the details. Then here I'm going to enter the symbols for the currency we're going to be using, that is kwacha. Now what? Okay, we're going to be using kwacha. We're going to use K for kwacha, N for ngwezi. Okay, like that. We're going to do like that. Okay, now next what we're going to do is we're going to enter assets. So assets. Then next what we're going to do is we're going to enter the fixed assets. So I'm going to write fixed assets. Okay, now once I've entered the fixed asset word there, then I'm going to go on the list and identify the fixed assets. So you can see that machinery is a fixed asset. So the first item under fixed asset will be machinery. Okay, so that is the first asset is going to be machinery, which is 4,100. So 4,100 will also be entered here as well. Okay, 4,100 will be also entered there. 4,100 will be entered there. Okay, now once we have done that, the other thing that will be entered, the other fixed asset is office equipment. So I'm going to enter office equipment, which is 2,500. Okay, office equipment will also be entered just like I did with the machinery. So I'm also going to enter office equipment here, okay, which is 2,500. Okay, like that. So please, I'm doing this just to make sure that all the entries are in same line, so that you don't get confused. Okay, so like that. Okay, so now once I've entered the fixed asset, let me also check if there is another fixed asset. So there is no other fixed asset. Now I'm done entering fixed asset. So what I can do now is let me find the total of the fixed assets. Okay, okay, so total fixed assets. So let's do the calculations. So when you add 4,000 to 2,500, we're going to get 6,600. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to write okay, what I'm going to do is I'm going to write 6,650, sorry, 6,650, like that. Okay, then I'm also going to put 2 zeros there. Then again, I'm going to write it there. I'm going to write the total again there. Okay, so if I okay, then I have zeros there. Okay, once I've done that, what I can do now is I'm done with this. So I can also close this one. I can close this one like this. Okay, 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 now once I've done that, the next thing I'm going to do is I'm going to enter the current assets. Current assets. Okay, so current assets, what do we have under current assets? We have got debtors. So we have got debtors, so I can write the entry there, debtors. Okay, we have debtors. How much is for the debtors? So when you look at the way the debtors is here, that is 23,550 kwacha. So that is 23,550 kwacha. So I'm going to enter it here. I'm going to say 23,550. Okay, then zeros. Then once I've done that, the next thing I'm going to do is I'm going to now look for another transaction that is a current asset. So we have cash in hand. We have got cash in hand, which is 26,450 kwacha. Cash in hand. So we enter that one as well. Cash in hand. Okay, cash in hand. we enter cash in hand, which is 26,450. okay, 26,450. okay, $26,450. okay, then after that, is there any other current assets or the other current asset? So that is the amount we have gotten, that is 26,000. okay, so what we do is we are going to write that one. We're going to find the total current asset. okay, so to do that, first I'm going to draw a line here. okay, so now we find the total current asset. So total current asset is 50,000 kwacha. okay, like that. Then once we have found the total current assets, so what we're going to do is we're going to have less current liabilities, okay, so let me write less current liabilities. So what kind of liabilities do we have? We have got creditors, which is creditors is equal to 16,810. so we have creditors is 16,810. Then we have also bank overdraft is one of the current liabilities, which is bank overdraft. So how much is bank overdraft? That is 13,160. so we say bank overdraft, which is equal to bank overdraft, which is equal to 13,160. okay, okay, 13,160. okay, so let's check for other current liabilities. okay, so let's check. I think those are the only current liabilities we have. So what we can do now is let's see. Now next, what we do is now what we are going to do is we are going to find the total of liabilities. So we have got 16,810 plus 13,160. so that should give us when we find the total, how much is it going to give us? It will give us 29,970. so we say 29,970. okay, so 0 plus 0, that is 0. 1 plus 6, that is 7. 8 plus 1, 9. 6 plus 3, 9. Then 1 plus 1, that is 2. That is 29,770. okay, so now that is, now what we do now, after we find that, we want to find the working capital. So that means 29,000 from 50,000. We're going to subtract 29,000 from 50,000. So let's go ahead and do the subtraction. We're going to get 20,030 kwacha. 20,030 kwacha. That will be the amount that we are going to remain with. okay, then what do we do now? okay, we have found the difference, and the difference should not be there, it should be here. okay, so I'm going to write my difference here. okay, because what I want is I want to find the working capital. So to find the working capital, I'm going to add the total assets plus the difference of current assets and current liabilities. okay, so that's what I'm going to do. So I'm going to add here. So for me to do that, I'm going to draw a line here. okay, then add that 50 plus 6,650 plus 20,000, which would give me 26,000. Now, once we have done that, the next thing we're going to do is now we want to find the total we need to find the working capital. So to find the working capital, what we're going to do is we're going to add the total asset plus the difference of current assets and current liabilities. So we are going to say working capital is equal to, so 26,600 plus 26,000 plus 20,030 kwacha will give us 26,630. Okay, so that will be the working capital. Okay, so let me just see. Okay, now once we have found the working capital, what we need to do now is for us to find the capital at close. So once we have found the capital, we need to find the capital at close. So how do we find the capital at the end? Okay, so to find the capital, first we're going to look at net assets. Okay, I've written working capital, so now let me look at net assets. Okay, net assets. So okay, so it's a financed, so net asset will come from, okay, so one of the things that will help us to determine the net asset, ignore this line, the box has just become small. The table is just too small, so we are going to get the capital. So we can see the capital is here, 39,670. So we say capital, okay, capital, which is 39,000. Okay, that is 39,000. So I've made some extensions, even if they cannot be perfect, but I've just made some extension. I hope by the time we finish writing, they'll fit in here. Okay, so now once again we have entered the capital, so net assets, and then we have less net loss. Okay, we have less net loss. So again here what we do is we're going to enter, okay, the loss that should come from the trade profit and loss account. So we found that there was a loss of 5,000. Okay, that's what we got. So we are getting that 5,000 and bringing it here. Okay, so that, okay, now once we have done that, so what we can do is let's find the, okay, let's find the difference. So we calculate, so we say, so what we do now is we find the difference of 39,670 minus 5,000, so it should give us 34,670. So what we do is we are going to enter that amount, which is 34,670, like that. Okay, now once we have entered that, the next thing we're going to do is less drawings. Okay, so when you check on the less drawings here, we have drawings is 8,040 kwacha. So we're going to enter that one, which is 8,040 kwacha. Okay, so now once we have entered that, the next thing we're going to do is, let me just find the difference of that. Okay, so we say 34,670 minus 8,040, 34,670 minus that will give us 26,630 kwacha. So that is the capital at close. So we can even call that one to be capital at the end of the business. Capital at close. Capital at close. So how much is that? That is 26,630. Okay, when you find the difference of that, 26,630. Okay, 26,630. That is the capital at close. Okay, so if the capital at close is equal to the working capital, then that means the answer is correct. Okay, so basically this is how you complete the balance sheet. So this is how you do the balance sheet. If you have got questions, please don't hesitate to ask in the comment section. Otherwise, I just want to offer my gratitude for being with me up to this stage. I know I've taken long to explain things. Please, I'm just trying to make sure that we do well in an exam and remind you of different things as we revise. So please, thank you so much for watching. And if you haven't yet subscribed to our YouTube channel, I encourage you to subscribe to our YouTube channel. And if you found this video helpful, remember to like and share with your friends. Thank you so much. God bless you.